Okay, good evening, everyone. So if we can have our board members, we have about 3 more minutes. But if we can have board members start to close conversation so we can go ahead and start moving forward. I would say 2 more minutes. Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and start since I see the board members already up here.
We are here.
So I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Okay, and so we're going to do 1.2, which is Pledge of Allegiance of the United States. And so I'm going to leave that to our Vice President, Ms. Rogers.
Good evening, everyone. We have four football team captains at San G, and 3 are present today: Jordan Pachot, Isaiah Mitchell, and Elijah Hall. Would you come forward at this time and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Step over there to your...
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, before you leave, just please say your name again so that we can know which is which, and that way people in the audience and TV Nation can see who you are.
Jordan Pachot.
Elijah Hall.
Okay, great.
And Isaiah Mitchell.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Rogers. Okay, let's go to 1.3, adoption of the agenda. Before you adopt, are there any changes?
Move to approve? No, Madam President.
No? Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All's in favor say aye.
Aye.
All's opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried. Let's go to 1.4, inspirational message by our very own Dr. Margaret Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a little longer than usual, but I think you would probably enjoy. National Compliment Day is an unofficial holiday which falls annually on January the 24th. The purpose of this holiday is to say something nice to your friends, family, and coworkers. After all, giving out compliments not only make the receiver happy and helps build up trust between that person and you, but studies have shown that giving out compliments also has a beneficial effect on the person giving out the compliment. In other words, give out a compliment and you may make yourself happy as well. Reasons compliments are important. Number one, it motivates people. If you tell someone they're doing a great job, then it can provide motivation for them to work even harder and do an even better job. And that's a powerful effect, considering that people who don't feel appreciated for the jobs they do end up doing worse of a job than someone who feels appreciated but isn't being complimented. Number two, it spreads happiness. Compliments not only make the recipient happier, but studies have shown that it can make the person giving out the compliment happier as well. And who doesn't want to be happy? After all, smiling is shown to burn calories. Number 3, it creates a positive environment. Giving out compliments not only benefits the giver and the receiver of the compliment in the workplace or school place, however, it also benefits everyone. Studies have shown a link between workers giving each other compliments and then feeling more positive about their working environment. The best way to celebrate this holiday is by giving someone a compliment. According to the dictionary, a compliment is a polite expression of admiration or praise. It can be given verbally or in the form of a note. So choose a method that best suits you. Be sure to compliment friends, classmates, families, co-workers, and even complete strangers. If you want to just be sure that your compliment is, if you want to, that's if you want to. But just be sure that your compliment is heartfelt and sincere. Nothing is worse than receiving a false compliment. Just keep that in mind. Now, again, National Compliment Day is this coming Thursday, January 24th. But if you do not have time to prepare for National Compliment Day, perhaps you can have a fun at work day or fun at school day, which is Monday, January 28th. Fun at Work Day is a holiday that is celebrated on January 28th each and every year. No one really knows who created this holiday, but in most instances, it's a holiday that's not only embraced by the workers, but management as well. That's because most people know that allowing workers to have a little fun at work every once in a while increases productivity, leads to higher employee retention, and makes a more positive work environment. This leads to more productive, creative, and loyal workers. Probably, one of the most important things to remember on this day is to get permission from management before celebrating it. After all, you don't want Fun at Work Day to suddenly turn into, I just got fired today. Now, do you? Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's so true. A smile does make things better. So thank you for sharing that.
Okay.
That's wonderful. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go to 2.0 special recognitions. Linda Bardier and the board will come up to the front and also recognize Cajon's mock trial team as well as San Gorgonio's football team. So let's go ahead, board members, and let's join up front. Yes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today as we honor the historic academic and athletic achievements of 2 of our great high schools. As the saying goes, it was a December to remember for both Cajon High School and San Gorgonio High School. We will begin by honoring Cajon High, the reigning San Bernardino County mock trial champions. They made history last month with their courtroom victory over Redlands High School. Before I call the students forward to be recognized, I'll share a little bit about mock trial and the significance of Cajon's victory. Last month, Cajon became the first high school in all of San Bernardino City Unified history to win the San Bernardino County Mock Trial Championship. Yeah, give them another round of applause. For those not familiar with mock trial, you can think of it as the Super Bowl of court trials, with students taking turns as prosecutors and defense attorneys in an actual courtroom. Before we welcome these budding lawyers from Cajon High, I'd like to invite Principal Ms. Tina Bishop and her administrative team to come forward. Students, when I call your name, please come forward to be recognized. You will be greeting the board, starting with Mr. Danny Tillman, our board member, and you'll go along the line, and each of them are looking forward to congratulating you. First up is Caitlin Aguirre. Irene Barajas. Ruben Cerda Vargas. Cassie Davis. Andrew Gonzalez. Elijah Grande. Maggie Hill. Emery Ho. Kenneth Fan. Matthew Rivas. Rocky Rivera. Giselle Salazar. Yuliza Sanchez. Giuliana Sicolo. Jacqueline Silva. Anna Smith. Madison Thomas. And last but not least, Anise Tayunhimba. I'm sorry. Let's give her a big round of applause and all of these budding lawyers. I'd have Anise, she's going to come up and say her name with full legal authority.
Taya Himba.
All right.
Yeah, Taya Himba.
Taya Himba. These students are receiving some special gifts. They're getting personalized stationery, a bumper sticker for their proud parents, and a sticker acknowledging them as mock trial champions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for these dedicated students. I want the team to stay right here. And as you know, the team could not achieve its victory without amazing coaches who dedicated countless hours to developing and encouraging students every step of the way. We will be presenting our mock trial coaches and the attorneys who also coached Cajon with special certificates of recognition. Those who made it possible for the mock trial championship to come home to our great city are social science teacher and head coach, Mr. Robert Grande. An assistant coach and English teacher, Mr. Steven Gonzalez. They began preparing students over the summer and devoted many hours to make hope happen. We also would like to honor and recognize the San Bernardino County Deputy District Attorney, Ms. Lisa Mann, and Public Defender, Mr. Bill Drake. They are making hope happen in our community and dedicated countless volunteer hours to help the students bring home this well-deserved championship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause to show how proud we are of them. And audience, let's wish them good luck as they compete at the state level. Good luck, Cajon. That was great. You might have some extra gifts, or Grande can take them. Oh, it's her brother. Oh, good. Now it's time to honor the San Gorgonio High School varsity football team.
Just one second. I have to say this because I have to apologize to a couple young men. And first, congratulations to San Gorgonio High School for your championship. Let's give them a round of applause. Oh, my name is Danny Tillman. I'm on the school board. How many years? 24 years this year, Dr. Hill. But first, I want to congratulate the whole team. I know how hard you guys work. I know I watched my second cousin take a brutal hit and got hurt, but Ronald Williams, my cousin, so I'm proud of him for being here tonight. And then there's two young men. I played a song for them. I'm going to try to make sure you guys hear this song. Hold on a second.
Last night took an L, but tonight I bounce back.
Okay. Now the song says, last night I took an L, but today I bounced back. Okay, but here's the thing. Tonight I bounced back. Elijah and David are in my Black Future Leaders program. And they always come and report in to BFL at Cal State San Bernardino after their game. And this year they had just lost. So, before the championship, of course. So I played that song for them, I was the DJ, at their pool party. So I want to congratulate them tonight for having the best ever bounce back. Congratulations, San G.
We are so proud of the San Gorgonio team, their coaches, the staff, teachers, the players, and of course, the parents who helped these students make it to school and make it to all of their games. And it was the first time in the history of San G that the Spartans were able to reach the state finals. But before we honor this amazing football team, let's pause to watch a short video highlighting their season. And that's how a championship is made. Every member of the team is going to get their own DVD of that highlight reel so that you can carry it with you throughout your future. And before we go any further, we want to welcome the San Gorgonio Spartan principal, Miss Dion Clark, to please come forward, along with her admin team. And any San G teachers and staff who'd like to come forward, please join Mrs. Clark. We also have a few San G drummers here to help us welcome the players and coaches. They are here performing under the direction of Director of Bands, Mr. Cameron Nabham. Let's give them a round of applause as they perform. Warming up, warming up. It's a bounce back. All right. Thank you, drummers, for setting the stage for us to honor the players for their relentless pursuit of excellence. In the interest of time, we encourage every player to come forward now as a team, and don't worry because your name will still be announced individually, and you will receive a special certificate of recognition from our Board of Education in addition to your DVDs and your commemorative magazine. Here we go with a drum roll, please. Johnny Tayamba. Johnny Tayamba. The big brother or sister of our mock trial winner? Yes. Johnny, we need the rest of your team to come up. Dean Aceves, Elijah Amsterdam, Jalen Anderson, Anthony Anguiano, Leo Avalos, Angel Avila, Jose Contreras, Tyann Curry, Joshua Dursey, Cameron Earl, Nehemiah Fakava, Anthony Garza, Desi Gonzalez, Elijah Hall. Yes, gentlemen, we want you to stay up here for a group picture. Praise God Eichendor, Devin Macon, Adam Martinez, Jalen Matthews, Dejon Mitchell, Demaje Mitchell, Isaiah Mitchell, Andrew Nadeau, quarterback Jordan Pasho, Elias Pineda, Roy Rem, James Ross Jr., Damian Rubio, Giovanni Rueda, Charlie Saren Kim, Pedro Seda, Kenneth Stokes, Santiago Torres, Stephen Torres, Leslie Tristan, Movon Turner, David Whaley, Ryan Whittemore, Ronald Williams, Kevin Williams, Tyree Willis, and last but certainly not least, Luther Willis. Let's give all of these fine players a round of applause. As the players get organized, I'll be calling out the names of their amazing football team coaching staff. Also, when I call your name, please come forward. Athletic Director, Matt Maeda. Head Coach, Rich McClure. Assistant Coach of the Offensive Coordinator, Gavin Pasho. Assistant Coach for the Defensive Line, Greg Valdez. Assistant Coach Defensive Coordinator, Robert Hunter. Assistant Coach Linebackers, Dennis Aceves. Assistant Coach for the Wide Receivers, Tracy Cotton. Assistant Coach for the Defensive Backs, Dennis Crow. Pastors, Dave and Macy Carranza. I think they cook dinner almost every night. Assistant Coach for the Offensive Line, Roy Gutster. Assistant Coach for the Defensive Backs, Larry Williams. And our American Sign Language interpreter, Yvette Romero. We also have our assistant coach for the running backs, Tim Braby. Assistant coach for the wide receivers, Derek Matthews. Assistant coach, director of football operations, Juan Rubio. Equipment manager, Sam Main. Head trainer, Denise Robertson. And finally, somewhere in the crowd is the team photographer, our very own Paul Prado. Let's give him a big round of applause. He wasn't expecting that. Congratulations. As they get staged for this final picture, we know that there are so many more caring individuals, including the players, their families, their parents, grandparents, sisters, and brothers, who also played important roles throughout this football season. So if you are a parent, family member, booster member, or team supporter, would you just please stand at your seat so that we can recognize you for your dedication? Let's give the team a big round of applause. And I'm going to invite Dr. Flores. She's got a few wise words to share.
Team and coaches and community. Where's Mr. Tillman? There you are. And all our board members and our superintendent and cabinet. About 3 or 4 years ago, your coaches came to us and athletic directors, and they requested money. Money. Are you listening? Money. This board dedicated $1.5 million to invest in our sports program, and we're doing it every year. So because of that, we're able to support you, and we're very, very happy that it paid off. Do you want to come and say something, Coach? No. You do. You come. Okay.
For the record, Rich McClure. Is that good? Yes. Okay, good. Thank you for the board and all those that are involved with having us over here for this celebration. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to get acknowledged. We do this year-round now. It's not 5 months or 6 months. And we had the opportunity to play 16 games over 18 weeks, and a lot of work and dedication by these players and our coaches to spend their time so that we could bring back a championship back to San Bernardino and San Gorgonio. So thank you very much. The amount of money and time and energy that puts in, there's no parallel in that situation. And we live it every day, and we have that opportunity to protect those facilities and make sure that we use them and use them correctly. And our kids very much appreciate the opportunity to play on a brand new football field, have brand new uniforms, lift in new weight rooms, and doing those type of things. So thank you very much.
We've got all of our pictures. So thank you to both the Cajon mock trial and San Gorgonio High School's varsity football team for making our district and our community proud. This concludes our special recognitions for tonight. Thank you, audience, for joining us as we celebrate making hope happen.
All right. Well, congratulations, everyone, to an awesome job. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, let's go ahead. All right, everyone, board members. So we're going to go ahead and go to 2.3, recognition, resolution in recognition of African American History Month. This is going to be an important one, so once it quiets down a little bit, I will ask our Dr. Hill if you could read that. It'll be 2.3.
Thank you. 2.3, resolution in recognition of African American History Month. The San Bernardino City Unified School District joins other organizations in towns and cities in our state and nation in observing and recognizing the achievements of our citizens of African descent. Whereas Americans of African descent contributed to the development of our nation in countless ways and participated in every effort to secure, protect, and maintain the essence and substance of American democracy. And whereas African American history reflects a spirit of determination, perseverance, ingenuity, and cultural pride in the struggle to share equality in the opinions of our nation. And I just want to add another whereas. The call waiting was invented by an African American female. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District declares February 2019 as a period of recognition of African American history and encourages all district schools to undertake educational activities that commemorate the history and contributions of African American citizens.
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. Now it quiets down when we're finished with the resolution. Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carried. Okay, thank you, Dr. Hill. 2.4, I'm going to ask Dr. Wyatt. It's a resolution in recognition. Oh, yeah, I already asked Dr. Wyatt, though. Dr. Wyatt, is it okay if I ask a student board member?
Absolutely, Madam President.
Okay. And then if I have Miss, yes, but Parafina, if you can read that, 2.4, please.
Everything?
Yes, the whole piece. So it starts from whereas.
Whereas the theme of National School Counseling Week 2019 is school counselors providing lessons for life, and whereas school counselors are passionate about their commitment to helping students and are an integral part of the education process that enables all students to succeed in school. Therefore, it be resolved that the Superintendent and Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District join California and the nation in recognizing February 4th to 8, 2019 as National School Counseling Week and encourage all of our schools to set aside this week to acknowledge the outstanding and selfless contributions school counselors make to our students and our schools.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried. And then 2.5, Dr. Wyatt, if you can read this one, recognition of Ronald Reagan Day.
Thank you, Madam President. Recognition of Ronald Reagan Day. February 6th of each year has officially been designated as Ronald Reagan Day in California. On February 6th, the San Diego City Unified School District joins other organizations and towns and cities across California in recognizing the achievements of our 33rd governor and our nation's 40th president. Whereas Ronald Wilson Reagan was born on February 6, 1911, and served as California governor from 1967 to 1975. And whereas known for his small-town values of hard work, tolerance, and the importance of education, Ronald Reagan was sworn in as the nation's 40th president on January 20th, 1981, and continued to serve until 1989, a period when our nation experienced unprecedented economic growth and prosperity. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Diego City Unified School District encourages all district schools to undertake educational activities on February 6, 2019, to honor the life and accomplishments of Ronald Reagan. So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried. We're going to go ahead and go to 3.0 closed session, 3.1 closed session. Do we have any public comments, Dr. Marsden? None? Okay, so I'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. We'll see you back momentarily. Let's see around, no, I won't give a time, but it shouldn't be later than 6:30 or so. right, good evening, everyone. We are back from closed session. So that means we will not be going back in a closed session, so we're done with that. I will go ahead and hit the gavel, and I will be reading out 2 items here. Be resolved that the Board of Education accepts a notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to dismiss the following classified employee from his or her employment with the district. HR Class -18-19-08. Can I have a motion? I need a motion. This is for one of the items for disciplinary
Oh, so
action.
moved.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All's in favor say aye.
Aye.
All's opposed, say nay. Okay, motion carried. The other one is Special Education Director, Assistant Superintendent, Approver, Assistant Superintendent, Continuous Improvement, Division CI-18-19-14. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the settlement agreement number CI-18-19-14 in the amount of $13,475. Be it further resolved that the Board of Education authorizes Deborah Love, Purchasing Director, to sign any related documents. Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay, great, motion carried. Let's go to, let's see, 4.0. We will now, 5.0. I will now open the public hearing for any comments from the public. 5.1, public disclosure of proposed salary schedule for part-time playground positions. Are there any comment cards? No. Okay, and I was supposed to hit the gavel. No comment cards. So now I just need a motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried. So be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts a proposed salary schedule for part-time playground positions effective January 1st, 2019. Okay. We're going to go ahead and page 6, which is 5.2, public hearing of Memorandum of Understanding, reorganization of personnel and job duties between Human Resources and Personnel Commission between the San Bernardino Unified School District, City Unified School District, and California School Employees Association and its Chapter 183 CSEA. Okay. Are there any, can I have a motion? Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried, and I'm going to read this piece, which is be it resolved that the Board of Education adopts a memorandum of understanding MOU between the California School Employees Association, CSEA, and its Chapter 183, and the San Bernardino City Unified School District. I will now close public hearing. Okay, let's move up to page 25. Give me a sec. Yeah, I know, I'm looking for the. Yes. So my computer, it just takes a little while. No, I think it was page 23. Okay, I'm there. 6.0, right? 6.1? Yes. Okay. Annual audited financial report for fiscal year 2017-2018. Dr. Marsden?
Thank you, Madam President. So, Board, this is the annual audited financial report for fiscal year 2017-18. You have a copy. It's this blue notebook here that you have with your agenda, including a compliance audit of state and federal funded programs. This was completed on December 17th, 2018, the final day of the auditor's field work. The report's been submitted to the state, federal clearinghouse, and the county superintendent of schools to meet the required filing deadline of December 17, 2018. Copies of the audit report were also distributed to board members for your review. Janie, who is not here tonight, and a representative from the accounting firm, who is Shiloh Gorosky, and she is here tonight in front of you, and she will walk you through any questions you have. And then later, board, a resolution is contained under the consent items regarding the acceptance of the 2017-18 fiscal year audit report. So with that, we'll have Ms. Gorosky please give us make a few comments, if you would, and questions the board may have.
Mr. Marsden? I mean, Mr.
If you're going to do a presentation, you can go ahead and do it. Are you doing a presentation?
Yeah, I was going to go over the results and then take questions.
Great.
Great. So this is your report for fiscal year ended June 30, 2018. And page 2 is our report. That's our independent auditor's report. It's why we're here. So the purpose of our audit is to provide you with a reasonable assurance regarding whether the financial statements as presented are materially stated. That audit involves performing tests on a sample basis. We do a lot of planning, risk assessment. It takes us, we start the process early in the year, takes us all the way through the end of the year, and we ultimately end up here tonight with this report of over 100 pages. I won't go through all of them, but I will definitely cover what's important for you. So in our opinion tonight, we are providing you with an unmodified opinion that is essentially a clean report. It is the highest level of assurance that can be provided in an audit. It means that based on our audit, we do believe the financial statements as presented here tonight are materially stated. We don't just provide you one report within this bound report. On page 111, we summarize the 3 other reports that are included within this entire package. The first of those is our report on the internal controls over financial reporting. Now, this report is not an opinion, but it is a report that is required by our governmental audit standards. And during the course of our audit, if anything came to our attention within the internal control structure that we found to be either a significant deficiency or material weakness, we would bring that to your attention and report it out. And we're happy to report no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies this year in the audit. The next report is on your federal awards, and that's about mid-page. You can see where we summarize the programs that were subject to the audit this year. That changes every year depending on the criteria of the programs. And that report is a compliance and internal control report. And so it is an unmodified report, meaning there was no compliance issues and there were no internal control findings on the federal programs as well. And last but not least, the state programs. So there are many mandated state programs that we're required to audit, and that was an unmodified report. So that's a compliance report, so there were no compliance issues on that. The other page that I thought would be good to bring to your attention is on page 96. And the reason being is if there's one place in the report where I would suggest as a board member you would want to go to get a kind of an overall financial picture of the district, I think this page does a really good job summarizing for you. It shows you 3 years history plus the projections for the next fiscal year. And so just kind of the key points that I like to bring to your attention if you're looking at this from, like I said, an overall perspective. How are we doing in terms of our ending fund balance and whether or not we're operating in a surplus or a deficit? So you can see under the line that says increase, decrease in fund balance. Over the last 3 years, you have operated at a surplus, so that's good. 2019 is projecting a deficit. However, bear in mind that the numbers presented here were based on adopted, so July 1 adopted budget. You saw different numbers at your first interim where things were already adjusted that probably look very different than this now, but it's still good information just overall to kind of have a bigger picture on how we look. In all years, as you can see, the minimum reserve requirements have been met, so that's also, I think, important to see the trend on as board members. So like I said, overall, unmodified opinions, no findings to report that rose to the level of significant or material. So with that, I did want to draw your attention to the separate letter that we always address to you as the board. I think it was included with each of the individual reports, so hopefully you have that in front of you. Great. And this letter is really important to us because it's our opportunity to provide communications to you regarding things that you wouldn't read about in the report. It does summarize the results of the audit, but it also tells you things such as if we had any difficulties during our audit, if we had any disagreements, if we felt if we thought management was out maybe opinion shopping for something that we were providing some guidance on. And so we're happy to report that none of those situations had occurred. So if they were, we would definitely want to communicate those to you.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Grosby.
Mr. Tillman?
On page 115,
Yes.
where you listed the condition of the district accrued liabilities excess of amounts owed. Some amounts were associated with invoices related to utility services, phone bills, and capital outlay activities, and multiple funds amounting to $5,922,386. My question to you, would this have been reflected this way in the unaudited ending balance?
So just off the bat, these were the issues from the prior year. So
Right.
so these then, what we do in our report is we show, and I know it can be tricky, but at the very top it says the summary of the prior year, and so these were last year's issues, and at the next page we kind of explain the where we're at today. So if they were implemented or not. So in this particular case, we're reporting out that the prior year findings that existed either were implemented or were not implemented. And so this one, on page 116, you would see we did say partially implemented. So we did see much improvement. We didn't include the finding in the report this year, but we did still include it on page 120 as an observation because we did still find one instance, but it was definitely improved from prior year. So it didn't rise to the same level.
All right,
Does
thank
that help? Does that answer
you.
that?
I guess the confusing part, it says summary schedule of prior audit findings, but
Right.
it says for the year ended June 30, 2018.
Yeah. So
Is it for the June,
it is these were 2017's findings.
so it's not for the
Right.
year ended, so it's really for the year ended June 2017?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, and Dr. Flores?
Can we go back to page 96?
Sure.
When you look at available reserves for projected reserves for 2019, I do believe that we have additional reserves of 20.2 or 20.3 million. Why is that not reflected here?
I'd probably have, and do you know where you're referring to in that respect?
We approved
see.
additional 20.3 million to not be allocated or spent.
I'm going to try to go back really quick to where I think I see your fund balance footnote. That might help us identify where that
Because it's
is
more than
classified.
15 million.
Oh, mhm. So if you turn to page 62.
62?
Yes. So what in this case, since that was an amount that was specifically set aside as assigned for a purpose, it's really in the category above under the assigned, and I believe what you're talking about is on page 62 under the category assigned where it says deficit spending 20 million.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
because it was pulled out as kind of an amount set aside for that, we actually didn't, it doesn't get included in the reserve
Reserve?
calculation. It's really a set aside. So you're right. If you factored that in, it would, that number would be much better looking.
Like 36
Mhm.
million
Yes.
as a reserve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the?
So
second-
why did you label it deficit spending instead of a
You know,
reserve?
because it was a set aside. Now, the accounting guidance defines what a reserve for economic uncertainties, how it's reported, and it's anything that you classify as unassigned or as specifically reserved for economic uncertainties. If you had any specific set asides where you, in this case, is how that 21 million was treated, we go ahead and include it in in that category instead. And everything that is above the unassigned is really restricted or committed or assigned to a specific purpose. And in this case, that was just how it was defined by management.
By the manager? Okay. And then,
Can I ask a question on that
okay.
subject? So what was it set aside for? For the stirs and purrs or something? What was it for?
Well, in the overall, by the definition, now this will probably be something that would be a better question for management, but if you were to look at page 96, and I believe what was happening is, as a result of the overall deficit spending that was projected at the time, we were trying to make sure that we held some of our reserves, or held aside some monies to account for that.
Yeah, I don't remember that. The only thing,
Okay.
I know, I only would have went along with. I thought we had a discussion about setting aside money for future stirs and purs spending. I know
I'm getting a
Ms.
nod
Christoph-
from.
I think that'd
Janet,
probably be a
that
better
that's
question
correct.
for Janie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Janet's here as well.
But I think we do need to revisit it since the governor put some money towards that. I mean,
Right.
Absolutely.
Certainly, we can do that.
all right, so I was just curious why it didn't appear on 115,
Yeah, and that was really more a function of how it was classified.
or whatever it was.
Right. And as I
96.
mentioned, it's really a function of how you classify it in your unaudited actuals. So since management did pull it
So-
aside and call it assigned, it doesn't
Right.
get included in the.
So we are healthier in
Mhm.
terms of
Yeah.
having reserves. So it's really about 36 million.
Yeah, the
Um,
presentation here is definitely more of the most conservative
Right.
approach.
And our deficit spending, back to our deficit spending for 2019, you said it's now recalibrated. Do you know where it is? I mean, I don't remember what it is.
Unfortunately, I don't. We
You
don't.
don't?
Yeah,
Okay.
we haven't really looked at your first interim budget, so that would have been presented back in December, and so that would be a better
Right.
question.
So we have
for-
more than enough to cover it, given $20,999,000. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions by board members? Student board members? Okay, and then how long have you been doing this for our school district?
This is my third year,
Third year.
I believe, maybe four.
And
Gosh.
when you do the audit, how do you do this? Would it be for every single department? Are you having how many people are working on this?
So our team varies depending on which phase of the audit we're in, but we generally have anywhere from a couple folks going out to visit sites, and that's where we look at ASB attendance type of work. But when we're actually at the district working on the financial aspects and the compliance aspects, anywhere from generally 4 to 5 auditors over the course of 3 different visits during the year, and each visit we're here for about a week.
So that's 3 visits?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they're able to do all that work within 3 visits?
We definitely have to work hard and long,
Okay.
but we do, and we break it out into different phases, so that way we're focused on specific tasks with each visit.
I guess the reason why I was asking is because this is a really thorough report, and you have to be mindful of all the departments and just making sure that we're doing a thorough job as well.
Yep.
So thank you for bringing this forward.
You're absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Grosby.
All right, thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Much
Thank you.
appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Janet. Appreciate your preparedness as well.
Okay, we will go ahead and move forward. Let's go ahead in 6.2, Governor's January update, budget proposal 2019-20. Dr. Marsden?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. And Dr. Volkemer and Ms. Christakos' absence will present you a brief overview of the governor's January update budget proposal. So, Dr. Volkemer, I know you have a few slides to run the board through.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Marsden. Good evening, board. I'll do my best this evening to fill in for Janie. This is kind of an odd coupling. This is kind of an odd coupling of budget items. You just actually put a bow on the 17-18 school year. This is the final piece of the 17-18 school year budget. We're in the middle of the 18-19 school year, and now we're going to ask you to turn your attention to the budget for 2019 and 20. This is the first, basically the first blush that we have. The governor has given his indication as to what he's recommending for the state budget for school year 2019 and 2020. And as you know, there's an entire cycle, which we'll go over a little bit later, that plays out the whole process. But this is his initial state budget proposal. It's generally good for K-12 education. You'll know and remember that we are at full LCFF funding, so the days of major blocks of tens of millions of dollars coming in, we're at the end of that schedule now, and we're basically just looking at COLA increases over time. So if you go to the second page, just a couple of bullets there. I think about our economic recovery. Number 2, Prop 98 is at an all-time high at $80.7 billion for slightly under what was proposed, but still almost double what we had back in 2011 and 12. So as we were starting to come out of the 2008 recession when it started, we're almost double. But it actually, while that's good news, and of course we love having the money, it really is a demonstration of how volatile the budget and the revenue that we receive can be. It could go the other direction based on the state's economy, because our budget is based directly on the state economy. The governor is proposing to increase what would have been a 2.57% COLA to a 3.46% COLA. That would be an additional revenue for our district of $4.1 million. So we think that's a really good idea. We're, of course, fully supportive of that. What's unique about this budget, the proposal that you haven't seen in the last few prior years, is that there's no one-time discretionary funding proposed. You know that Governor Brown had a number of years where there was one-time money proposed as part of the budget. No one-time money specifically this year. And then number 5, what the governor has proposed is not any direct money to school districts, but we get an indirect benefit from that money. He's proposing a one-time $3 billion payment to CalSTRS to reduce the burden for school districts that we would pay. And it would reduce, we're going to see a slide in just a couple minutes, but we're going to see a reduction of about 1%. If again, all of this goes through the May revise, through the adoption of the state budget in June, if that were to maintain, that would result in about $3 million of cost avoidance for us. It's really not new money. It's money that we were planning on spending on the STRS pension funding that we have to do. We would avoid that cost.
Does that include PERS as well?
We don't have the calculation for PERS yet, but there is some. I'm looking at Janet. I don't think we have a PERS calculation yet.
Same.
There are no proposed decreases to the PERS rate.
But I assume that means that Ms. Christakis is going to come back to us and tell us that she just needs as much money in the reserves because the governor took care of some of that for us?
Oh, was that a question? Okay.
It is for Ms. Christakis. I mean, part of the reason why she took the money, this $20 million, because she said we have to pay this additional money in the out years. The government really has minimized some of that. So really, they should come back to us and say that we realize this, so we won't keep as much money as reserves. We can spend on the kids now.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. As I said, if all goes through and it gets passed and all of this is done, it should mean $3 million that's available to the district, not additional funding, but $3 million we would have put toward STRS funding that would be available for other things.
And then I know this presentation is fairly short, so I don't know if the questions can be held until the end. Would that be okay?
Well, it's pertinent to this.
The topic that they're talking about.
This is just a projection. This isn't the actual amount. So
correct.
Because I've been reading as well and getting updates, because it could possibly fund for more. Yeah. And so I just this is just a projection.
We'll show you what we're actually projecting percentage-wise on the next page.
But I think until we get it,
absolutely,
then, right.
This is and Dr. Flores, you bring up a great point.
It.
This is all projection at this point.
Right.
And just so I can help, and I'm just doing it because it's for this subject.
Okay.
But in this number they're saying is $50 per student.
Okay, so any further questions, if you can hold it to the end of the
Great.
presentation. Thank you.
And then number 6, there is some additional money, about $467 million statewide for special education. We don't know how that's going to be distributed yet, whether it'll be competitive. We do know that there will be priority toward schools that have a high identification rate for special education students, as well as high unduplicated rates, which we obviously have high unduplicated counts. But we don't know exactly how that money will be doled out to school districts at this point. But it is proposed to be a line item in the budget, as well as some additional preschool and early education program money and funding for kindergarten facilities, which, as you know, this governor has been very adamant in his support of preschool programs. And so you see some movement in that direction in terms of giving funding toward preschool and early education programs. Then he has proposed to put $1.5 billion in school facility bonds. And we would be able to compete for those monies depending upon where we are in line. I'm going to turn quickly to slide 3. This gives you just a little bit more detail about the STRS contribution slide. So what you see is in green, those are the figures from AB 1469, which is the 2014 legislation that created the schedule for increased contributions to STRS. And this is what we're projecting would happen if the governor's budget was realized in terms of how the rates would go down. You can see that starting in 1920, being again 1% in 2021, about 0.5% in 21-22 and 22-23. But I would call to your attention that asterisk that the CalSTRS board has the authority to increase the employer contribution and back again in 21-22 and 22-23, depending on what the condition of the pension fund is. So as we start to contemplate where we'll go for next year, with some what we might call unanticipated funds, gladly receiving those, we wanted to focus our resources on where they're needed most. And we've just had some preliminary discussions in terms of what needs we have in the district, how to keep in mind the central themes of the LCAP process. And so board, this is recommended budget priorities. These are very broad stroke types of recommendations. We would work to bring you more, as the budget unfolds, we would work to bring you more specific dollar amounts and recommendations related to African American student achievement. As you've seen, Dr. Mitchell's done a terrific job of presenting data to the board in a number of different ways around a number of different metrics and dials. And what we see is that our African American student group is not achieving to the level that we would want them to. And so we see that as a priority in terms of possibly using some of these funds. We also and always talk about increasing the capacity of district staff and building their capacity. This helps us with sustainability. The more that we invest in our people, the fewer people that we will need to add to get certain jobs done. And so we see this as something that we want to continue to invest in over time. And then that third major bullet, you see increased and improved services. This is a major theme of the LCAP process. It's a requirement that as we determine how we're going to spend money, we have to evidence how that's going to be, demonstrate an increased or improved service for students. So we have to keep that in mind no matter what we do, because that's a requirement of the LCAP budget process. So as the budget crystallizes and we're able to exercise our LCAP process, which we'll talk about in just a little bit more detail in a minute. I'll ask Dr. Mitchell to do that. That's our process, again, as you know, for gathering stakeholder input. We'll be able to bring you more specific recommendations in relation to these kind of what we would see as priority areas. And of course, you will have some of your own in April during that board workshop day. So then the final slide, slide 5, if you wanted to put a "you are here" thing that you might see on a map, we're right in January 2019, where the governor has proposed, given his proposed budget. You'll see the official and normal steps. We've really normalized this process over the last several years to be able to come back to you toward the end of the year when we're asking you to adopt the budget for the year, knowing that we've had good process for stakeholder engagement and input. And so, Dr. Mitchell, if I could, I'm going to turn it over to you just for a minute or two, talk about our schedule of involvement for our stakeholders.
Thank you, Dr. Volkerman. So, board, we have passed out the calendar for the LCAP development. If you could take that out for 1 second, board. And so we're engaging the same process that we did last year in terms of engaging our community and stakeholders and getting their feedback and input, including our teachers and school leaders, parents and students, community members around budget priorities. One of the features about this budget development process is there's 3 iterations. And so, for example, if you look on October 30th, we always start off with a community stakeholder meeting. The Superintendent Student Advisory Committee is our students. Then we hit all of our councils, so the DAC, the DLAC, the board, site leaders, the district parent advisory council, cabinet and union leaders, and then directors. And then we start the process over. And so we do this cycle 3 times. So we have 3 iterations of budget development using different ways and formats to get feedback and input from our community and stakeholders around the budget. And then we would bring those recommendations, as we did last year, to the board for the board's consideration, revision, or getting a sense for the board's priority, knowing what the community is telling you as well. If you look on the second page, board, we've actually added another date on April 30th. We want to give you, we'll be in our 3rd iteration of this budget development. At that point, we anticipate that we'll be able to bring you full proposals or recommendations from all of our advisory and governance committees. And I also want to remind the board that the sites mirror this process. And so we manage large Google Docs where we're collecting feedback and input from our parents at the school sites, as well as our teachers and school leaders at the schools. And you'll be able to see that as we did last year. You'll see, we'll theme it out for you and tell you what the kind of top 5 priorities were from the community. And then the board will be able to collaborate around those ideas and refine them, add to them, move money around, and so on and so forth. And you'll see that we go public hearing on June 4th, and then adoption of the budget on June 18th.
All right.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Just 1 or 2 more comments,
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Rosales-Medina. So, board, if you can just, as you heard Dr. Mitchell say, if you could input a note between March and May of April 30th, that's when you'll have the kind of the culminating opportunity to look at all of the input from our stakeholders. That will then lead to the governor's May revise, and we'll just hopefully be on top of it. Hopefully it'll all go through, but we can make some subtle adjustments if we need to based on what happens there, all to be able to tie it up in June, where you adopt the district's budget by no later than June 30th, June 18th. That's identified here to meet your statutory requirement for the budget process. So that's all we have.
Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead with board comments, and I'm going to start with Dr. White first, and then we'll move to Dr. Flores. Okay, Dr. Flores.
Yes, I just wanted to address the recommended budget priorities of 2019-20. As evidenced by the presentation that we were given, excellent presentation we were given by Dr. Mitchell and Mrs. Applegate last board meeting. It was evident that our EL middle and high school kids also need support in terms of their academic achievement, and district-wide mathematics. Mathematics, I think, needs to be also targeted in terms of, looking at our priorities, and also to continue our social emotional wellness support across the district for our students and our families as well. And then, we are starting a Latino Academic Achievement Task Force. So we should keep in mind, that those results will be coming forth as well. So I just put it on your radar. These are the other 4 items I think we need to be addressing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Hill.
Thank you. Just want to briefly say to both of you, thanks for the presentation. And I know with the community stakeholders, it talks about the involvement of the teachers, and I see them as the boots on the ground people, and I'm really interested in knowing what they feel we need to do. And I'd like to look at it, if I could, in isolation from the teachers. What is it they feel we need to do to adequately address our priorities? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hill. Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. And thank you again for the presentation. And I just, the input that I want to put in is that, of course, as we look at the budget, we look at the dollars. I'm just glad that we're looking at the priorities, and until we get to the point where we can even things out and not just, you know, we're putting money here, we're putting money there, but we're looking for an overall success where we can say everybody is where they need to be.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Mr. Tillman? Mr. Gallo?
Thanks. I was just wanted to comment. I did thank Dr. Volkemer for, you know, some of the performance assessment stuff that we've been doing as well to make sure that what we are expending budgets on, we're actually garnering the results, or at least measuring the results first, and then deciding, you know, making clear decisions on sustainability, changing programs, and I think we're starting to integrate this as part of a systemic approach on how we do budgeting. So we're coupling that with performance evaluation as well, and thank the team for doing that.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
great.
Mr. Gallo.
And then Mr. Tillman?
Thanks to Dr. Volkmer and Ms. Jenny Christakis. I know she's out because she had a daughter that was ill, and Jenny King and the team for the presentation. I know Dr. Volkmer kind of make it seem like it was no big deal that we got this COLA, but we didn't always get COLA. I was here during the bad times, and there was times when the COLA was zero, which meant that you actually had a cut because the cost of living goes up every year because of stepping columns. So no matter what happens, your costs increase. But 3.46% is about $23 million to the district. And when you look at the additional money that the governor provided to pay down some of the retirement costs, that's a big deal to us also. And although we're at full local control funding formula, the way I see it, everything is still predicated on the economy and how well it does. We were lucky that the economy increased every year at the same time and rate that they were trying to fund local control funding, so it all worked out. Yeah. It's really pretty amazing. I never thought it would work out the way the initial proposal happened, that we would get fully funded this quickly. But if we have good years, there's still ways through Prop 98 and even through COLA that schools can still get additional money. And I really do challenge the board. I think, you know, there was a document that said on average school districts have 16% in the balance, and I think ours was calculated like at 14%. But that's a substantial amount of money, and I really think that I just caution us when you look at the one document, you know, when you look at the actual numbers for 16, 17, 18, where the numbers are positive, then you have this huge negative number for a projection. I just have a concern that we have to remember that this year's money should be for this year's students, and there are no do-overs. So whatever money we have left over in the tens of millions of dollars that we safely could have spent on kids, to me, that's not a good thing. When we invest in our district students, we see the results that we get. And it's not as though there are no needs. When you have the team that came down for the debate team, and they talked about how they took money out of their own pockets to fund some of the things they did for our students. To me, that's not a good thing. We should find ways of paying for those things. And I hope we never lose sight of the fact that when there are fees out there that we charge students, or that fees that students can't pay, there are a lot of students who don't participate in those activities. You just out the gate prohibit them from participating. And a lot of times in a lot of the extracurricular programs and sanctioned programs that the district had, you can look at the makeup of the students and realize that we have a large population of students are eliminated because of the economic situation. And that's something that I think is the district's, should be the district's goal, to eliminate the barriers caused by finances. Because we've gotten this additional money from local control funding formula. That's been my goal from the beginning, is use that money to make sure that our students can compete with districts that have more affluent students, because this money should be used to put them on a level playing field. And once we do that, we'll see our students, as we have recently, win awards and championships that they rightfully deserve, because we've mitigated those negative barriers that are caused by not having finances. So I really do want to encourage us to make sure that we continue spending this year's money on this year's students. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any of our school board members that have any comments?
Student board members.
No, that's what I meant. Did I say student board members? School board. Student board members, I apologize. No. All right.
I just
Dr.
wanted to
Forrest?
concur with Mr. Tillman. I mean, we're the oldest serving board members, so we knew experience when we had to cut. And of course, our students and teachers suffered. And just like we invested the money in the sports and the athletics,
Yeah.
we see the results.
Yeah.
Just like we supported our VAPA, we're beginning to see support. And so, I think the projections are healthy. I'm really glad that the governor chose to begin to, take the burden and responsibility for STRS and PERS, because that's the kids' money. That LCAP money is for the kids.
Yeah.
And so we have to really set these priorities, Cabinet, in terms of, focusing on the well-being, not just academic, but all-roundness of our kids, Dr. Marsden.
Yeah, be assured,
Yeah.
Board, we will achieve your direction. That's
Right.
the goal, and that's why we went to the lengths of making sure you have a special workshop earlier than you ever have.
Right.
You'll have all community input, and that's where you now take all that input, teachers. I like, Dr. Hill, you mentioned pulling out specific groups separately to some extent as well. And then being able to make that direction, you give us the direction, then we'll go implement it.
Right.
That's our task.
And
so
I see that we're going to see
we're happy to do it.
I see that we're going to see tonight our pathway presentation.
Yeah, very exciting.
And so, and link learning pathways, that began with an idea. And we have very hardworking teachers and principals that are enacting this
Absolutely.
at all different levels. And I know they need more support.
Sure.
So how can we do that?
Yeah, and that's
and spending the money that we need to spend.
no, right on.
Right.
That's what we want you to do, Board, is give us the direction so that
Right.
we can do anything we want. We can't do everything. We know that. We've said that many times. So, what's the best use of the dollars we have?
Right.
We want to be effective, efficient. Mr. Gallo mentioned being able to have data to provide effectiveness. All those things are important. So, thank you.
Exactly.
Your directions have been respected.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you so much for the presentation. Is that it? I believe so. Okay, so then we're going to go ahead and move. We are behind, but we'll go ahead and hopefully make up for it later. 7.0 student board members comments. So then we have two board members today with us, which is Ms. Middleton and Ms. Parafina. So Parafina, we haven't seen you in a bit, so I'll go ahead and ask you to start.
Hi everyone. So, I'd like to tell everyone that this weekend my AP Bio class is going to a trip to Catalina, and we're going to be doing labs at the place. And oops. Okay. So we're going to be, conducting labs. We're not aware of what the labs are going to be, so that's pretty exciting. And possibly do hiking and some scuba diving, but it's a very exciting event. Also, for our school, we are also having a fundraiser with the Carnival Cruise Lines. So if you go to the San Bernardino High School Facebook page, we make sure to show your support for us by clicking the like button and sharing the post with your friends, because if we were to reach 1,000 likes, that'll be the Carnival Cruise Lines will donate $1,000 to our school. So that's pretty exciting. And also I'd like to share that I've recently have gotten accepted into Cal State San Bernardino, so that's exciting.
All right.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Coyote.
So yeah. Casimir?
You picked the best school. Nice.
All right, Miss Middleton.
Not the best school, but
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Hello, my name is Cajon Middleton, a student at San Gorgonio High School. Going to San Gorgonio High School, I am open to many clubs such as my JAG program. Being a part of the program, we deal with civic awareness, career development, community service, leadership development, and social development. With the students, I'm sorry, my mouth. So this morning we worked on civic awareness and presented to Kiwanis about our JAG program. I was happy to see a familiar face, which was Miss Hill. It made me feel more comfortable while presenting. At school, I'm also the boys basketball manager, so I travel with them. And this week, we're having our winter formal dance, and the winter formal is for the basketball players, so I'm excited for that. As well as Friday, we're having the student advisory meeting, and I'm excited to be with all my student board members besides, because you're going to be in Catalina living life and stuff. And yeah, I'm just excited. Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Dr. Hill makes a lot of people scared.
Uh-oh. She doesn't. She's a sweetheart. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to 8.0, public comments. This is a time during the agenda when Board of Education is prepared to receive comments from the public on any matter within its jurisdiction. When recognized, give your name and limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. For public comments by 6 or more individuals on any one topic, the time limit is 30 minutes. And you can please monitor your time. You can also see the time clock in case you need a reminder. It's behind us, and it's counting down from 5 minutes. Dr. Marsden?
Thank you, Madam President. We do have one item that will appear later on the agenda, 12.2, that we have a speaker for, so I have their card held until we get to item 12.2 on options for youth. But right now we have a few parents that want to speak on topics that are under our regular public comments. So the board welcomes Ms. Roxanne Cervantes, and she will speak regarding a collaboration with the Consulate of San Bernardino in collaboration with San Bernardino City for a book donation ceremony. So please come, you're welcome. Bienvenidos.
Bienvenidos. ¿Van a ocupar traducción o interpretación?
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Roxana Cervantes, mother of 2 students, volunteer and president of Parent Leader Changing the Future on this district. Hoy estamos aquí, parte de los padres líderes cambiando el futuro, para hacer público nuestro agradecimiento a las 32 escuelas que confiaron y apoyaron en este proyecto de la donación de libros en español. 18 de estas escuelas asistieron al evento que tuvo lugar el pasado 15 de enero del 2019.
Are you
Yes,
in
I'm
English?
doing it.
Okay,
Yes.
very good. All right, fantastic. Thank you.
Today we are here to express our gratitude to the 32 schools that trusted and supported this project of Spanish book collections. 18 of these schools participated at the event that took place on January 15th, 2019.
Esta es una muestra de un gran trabajo en equipo, así que me llena de orgullo y satisfacción agradecerles a
This is an example of teamwork that fills me with pride and satisfaction as we acknowledge
señor Aldo Ramírez por escuchar nuestras propuestas y apoyarnos para llevarlas a cabo durante el tiempo que nos lideró. Le deseamos la mejor de la suerte en su nueva posición, que tenemos por seguro llevará con éxito como usted sabe hacerlo.
Mr. Aldo Ramirez for listening to our ideas and supporting us to make them happen under his leadership. We wish him the best of luck in his new position, and we are sure he will be successful.
Al equipo de Departamento de Involucramiento Familiar, porque todos ustedes juegan un papel muy importante en la organización, motivación y puesta en marcha de nuestros proyectos.
To the parent engagement team, because you all play a very important role in the organizing and motivating and moving forward our projects.
A cada uno de los directores y administrativos del Distrito Escolar de San Bernardino que nos reciben y escuchan nuestras propuestas de llevar esta colección de 50 libros en español a nuestras escuelas.
To each principal and staff member of SBC USD that helped with the gathering of 50 Spanish books to each our schools.
Señora Ana Applegate, quien estuvo presente en la entrega de libros y nos dirigió unas emotivas palabras, y no solo por eso, también por promover el bilingüismo y también el liderazgo que abunda en nuestra comunidad.
To Anna Applegate, who was there and provided us with moving words, and not only for that, but for promoting bilingualism, but also for her leadership in our community.
A los miembros de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar de San Bernardino por siempre apoyarnos, a todos los padres, señora Rogers y doctora Hill por haber estado presentes en la entrega. Su presencia nos hace saber la importancia que tiene para ustedes este tipo de programas.
To Ms. Rogers and Dr. Hill for being there, and for the rest of the board members for always supporting us, supporting the parents. Your presence reminds us of the importance of these types of programs.
Al Consulado de México en San Bernardino, encabezados por el cónsul Hugo René Oliva, Tami y Aglaé, por permitirnos ser el enlace y demostrar así que cualquier movimiento inicia con un primer paso.
To the Mexican Consulate in San Bernardino, led by Hugo René Oliva, Tami y Aglaé, for allowing us to be the link and to demonstrate that any movement begins with a single step.
Y por último, pero no menos importante, a todos los aquí presentes que siempre nos apoyaron y a los padres líderes que han tenido la mejor disposición de servicio para nuestra comunidad de San Bernardino, Highland y alrededores, ya que se sumaron a este movimiento organizaciones y escuelas de las comunidades como Ontario, Fontana y Rancho Cucamonga.
Last but not least, to all of you here, and to the parent leaders who are willing to serve our communities in San Bernardino, Highland, and surrounding areas, as well as schools and organizations in Ontario, Fontana, and Rancho Cucamonga.
Referente a la importancia que según mi perspectiva tiene promover los libros de texto en español es
My perspective in regards to the importance of promoting textbooks in Spanish is
permite conectar a los estudiantes y sus familias con la cultura hispanohablante,
that it allows students and their families to connect to their Spanish-speaking culture,
promueve el respeto y la aceptación de la diversidad,
promotes respect and acceptance to diversity.
El español es el segundo idioma más estudiado en el mundo después del inglés.
Spanish is the second most learned language after English in the world.
Ser bilingüe permite hacerle frente al mundo globalizado en el que hoy vivimos.
Being bilingual allows you to challenge the world we live in.
En nuestro distrito escolar, los hispanos representan 3/4 partes de la matrícula escolar total.
In our school district, Hispanics represent 3/4 of students enrolled.
En Estados Unidos, los hispanos somos la minoría más grande.
In the U.S., Hispanics are the largest minority.
Como estos datos, podemos enumerar muchos otros.
As these facts, we can name 1,000 more.
A lo que refiere el origen de estos libros de texto gratuito que el Consulado de México hizo entrega, se remonta a 1959, cuando el entonces presidente de México, Adolfo López Mateos, con el objetivo de combatir la desigualdad en el acceso a la educación debido a las diferencias en el poder adquisitivo de la población.
The origin of the free books given by the Mexican consulate goes back to 1959 when President Adolfo López Mateos, with the objective of fighting inequality of access to education,
Cabe resaltar que estos libros, encaminándose a la inclusión de minorías, se han adaptado a diferentes lenguas indígenas predominantes en México, sistema braille para educandos invidentes y libros en macrotipo, es decir, un tipo de letra más grande que el formato convencional para estudiantes con algún grado de debilidad visual.
these books help with the inclusion of minorities who adapted different indigenous languages, predominantly in Mexico, the Braille system, and books with large font to help anyone with any type of visual disability.
Así pues, me atrevo a resaltar la importancia en aceptar y promover el estudio de estos libros gracias a la contribución en el enriquecimiento del español latinoamericano, a la par que promueve la lectura tanto individual como familiar.
Therefore, I highlight the importance of accepting and promoting the use of these books to promote individual and family literacy.
Ahora, mi pregunta va dirigida a ti, padre, a ti, educador, a ti, administrativo, que trabajas buscando ampliar los horizontes a los que nuestros pequeños puedan y deseen aspirar.
Now I ask you, parent, educator, administrator, that works to expand horizons of our little ones.
Serás tú quien motive el maravilloso hábito de la lectura, que estimule la creatividad, alimente la curiosidad y forje las propias armas lingüísticas para una mejor comunicación en nuestros niños?
Will you be one who motivates the wonderful habit of reading and stimulate creativity, feed curiosity for better communication with our children?
Sin duda, yo sí. We make the hope happen together.
Without doubt, I will.
That's great.
We make hope happen together.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Yeah, very
La
good.
verdad.
Thank you for your leadership.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your leadership.
También venimos con una invitación que va a hacer la mención nuestra compañera Berenice Walker.
Nomás le
We
quería-
also come with an invitation, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead. No, you're.
by Berenice Walker.
Very good. Thank you.
Hola, buenas
Hola.
noches.
Buenas noches.
Mi nombre es Berenice Walker, soy vicepresidenta del grupo de Padres Líderes Cambiando el Futuro y venimos a hacerle una invitación para nuestro próximo taller de Padres a Padres que se llevará a cabo en la escuela secundaria Serrano del 19 al 21 de febrero.
Good evening. My name is Bernice Walker. I am Vice President of Parent Leaders Changing the Future, and we are here to invite you to our Parents for Parents workshop that will take place at Serrano High School beginning February 19th through the 21st, 2019.
Y a continuación pasaremos a repartir la invitación por escrito.
And we will be handing out printed invitations for those workshops.
Oh, thank you. Thank you
Muchas
very much.
gracias.
And thank you very
Gracias.
much for your leadership. So appreciated.
Quería preguntarles algo sobre
Wow,
la programa
wonderful.
es. Hola, ¿cómo está? Sobre la programa, ¿quiénes son los que, porque veo que son maestros o también son padres ustedes los que estaban interpretando?
No.
Son parte de-
Nosotros solamente somos intérpretes.
Ah, ok. Ah, ok.
Solamente lo estamos ayudando.
Ah, ok, ok. Porque les quería avisar de que la verdad hablaron muy bien y enseña que el lenguaje español es, mientras que uno lo aprenda, hay dos tipos de español. Uno es la educación, como le dicen, la académico, versus lo que se usa en la casa y que queremos también asegurar que uno aprende mejor a cómo es el escrito. Qué bueno que están promoviendo los libros en español. So I don't know if you want to try. I was just saying that the way the parents spoke and how they appreciate the language, and reading in Spanish, it's because there's two different types of Spanish. There's one Spanish that's spoken at home, and there's the academic Spanish. And when you read the books, it also promotes the academic Spanish better. So ¿Iba a comentar algo?
Ese es el objetivo. El objetivo de promover y traer esos libros es para que se tenga en cuenta que no es lo mismo el español que podemos aprender en la calle o coloquialmente que el español correcto, el español académico. En específico, el español latinoamericano.
So that is basically the objective, to promote and to bring those textbooks in Spanish, to see the difference between the Spanish that is learned at home and Spanish that we learn, as she said, Latin American Spanish.
Y este no fue solamente un trabajo de quienes estamos aquí presentes. Hubo muchos más padres en cada una de las escuelas que participaron, que fueron el enlace, que fueron nuestros embajadores y que estamos orgullosos de ellos.
And it was a work done by not just the people you see here, but there were a lot more parents who were our ambassadors who helped us with all the work that we needed to be done.
Very good, and thank you so much for your invitation. It's appreciated. And thank you for your hard work.
Esperamos verlos ahí.
Okay, muchas gracias.
We hope to see you there.
Thank you, thank you.
Debería de
Yes,
correr
if I
para
can be there,
algo.
I'll be there, so trust me. Very good, thank you very
Muchas gracias.
much. All right, the board now welcomes Ms. Liliana Valenzuela. Would like to speak to us on the topic sharing information on a parent engagement training she attended, so welcome and good evening.
Hola, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Es la segunda vez que estoy acá. Como saben, soy la representante de los padres de educación especial.
Good evening. This is the second time I am before you. As you know, I am the leader of special education, the parent leader.
Bueno, esta vez estoy acá para agradecer al grupo, al equipo de involucramiento familiar por hacerme la invitación a dar una presentación a FEN, que fue una conferencia de conexiones de involucramiento familiar organizada por el condado.
I am here to thank the family engagement team who gave me the opportunity to give a presentation at FEN, that is a conference with connections of family engagement in the county.
En esta ocasión me tocó dar mi testimonio como madre involucrada, madre de 3 niños en clases especiales con alguna condición y discapacidad. Me es muy... destaqué en esa presentación la importancia que tiene el involucramiento de los padres, hacerles saber que es muy importante también la conexión que existe, que tiene que haber con los maestros, con la escuela para lograr alcanzar las metas.
So as a mother of 3 of children who are in special education, they all have a special need or a disability. I was able to speak about the importance of parent engagement, of being able to be present with the teacher, with the school, with the community.
Me estoy confundiendo con la traducción.
I'm confusing her, sorry.
Tengo tantas anotaciones. Ok, para mí fue muy reconfortante estar dando esta presentación donde hablé de lo fácil que tienen los padres típicos para involucrarse. La situación es mucho más fácil para ellos. Hablé un poco de lo que es mi vida con 3 niños, que es de moderado a severo, en el cual estoy involucrada con el equipo de involucramiento familiar y represento a los padres de educación especial. Tengo mi agenda llena. Para mí lo hago con demasiado amor y dedicación, como lo presenté la primera vez que estuve acá. Y les hago saber a los padres típicos que ellos sí pueden involucrarse.
When I spoke, it was comforting to speak about how easy it is for a typical quote-unquote parent to be engaged, to be able to participate. I have moderate to severe needs with my children, so my agenda is full, and I do it lovingly, and I do it as best as I can, but I was able to speak to the typical parents about engaging and being involved.
También destaqué la importancia que es hacer más accesibles la entrada de los padres a la comunicación con los maestros, que no se sientan los maestros que un padre es un conflicto, que también aprendemos de ustedes como ustedes aprenden de los padres, porque el padre es el mejor, es el primer maestro de nuestros pequeños. Nosotros conocemos más a nuestros pequeños, entonces es importante el equipo.
I also spoke about the importance of having an open communication with the parents about how we know our children best. So not to see us parents as conflict, but to use us to have better communication, to be a team.
That's right.
Otra de las cosas que siempre voy a destacar es que tenemos que incluir. La palabra inclusión muchas veces no la usamos, no la trabajamos, la conocemos, pero no damos el significado correcto.
Another thing that I talk about was about that we must include. Inclusion is a word that we know, but we don't always use, or we don't give it the correct use.
Bueno, les agradezco su atención. Y lo único que quiero es darle las gracias por este espacio y al equipo de involucramiento familiar por su soporte y su apoyo. Y espero continuar esperando que confíen en mí para volverme a invitar a otra presentación. No pienso quitar el dedo del renglón. Creo que todavía tenemos mucho trabajo por hacer para nuestros niños de educación especial.
And I just want to take this time to say thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do this presentation. Thank you for this space, and for the family engagement team for your support and your help. And I will continue to do this. And I keep hopefully getting better.
Well, I for one want to thank you for your leadership. Having 3 children with severe needs, and then you're giving to other parents, is a real model of leadership. And we just compliment your leadership and thank you for what you're doing.
Gracias.
De nada.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
President Medina?
Yes, Mr. Tillman?
Yeah. And I want to thank you all for coming out. I mean, I know you care about your own students, but the work you do for the entire community is amazing. So I just want to thank you for coming out and waiting through the meeting and bringing your students out with you. I know it's not easy, so I really want to tell you that I appreciate the work you do, and our district is so fortunate to have parents like yourself that volunteer to help all the students in our district. I can't, just a moment. Can you?
Pienso que de la manera que nos lo puede demostrar es apoyándonos, que vayan a nuestros talleres para que vean lo que nosotros estamos haciendo por la comunidad. Gracias.
She just wants to say that she thinks the way you can show your appreciation is by being there to see what they do, to attending their workshops and see that work that they do.
And tell her I like that, and I'll be there on February the 19th.
Very good. Okay. Thank you so much. The board now welcomes Mr. Trayvon Martin. Good evening and welcome. And then, board, this will end our public comments till we get to item 12.2, where we will have one comment from our partner at Options for Youth.
Good evening, board. My name is Trayvon Martin. I'm from CSBA. So I kind of wanted to talk about item 6.2, the governor's budget. So there's a lot of good things for K-12, K-14 in particular in the governor's budget. As Dr. Volkemore said, there's $3 billion of one-time general fund contribution to STIRS. We have to remember this is outside of Prop 98 money. And the reason the governor did this, he could have included this in Prop 98 money and gave it to districts, but that would have allowed for, and no offense to our labor unions, that would have allowed for the money to be on the table for bargaining instead of going directly to pay down STIRS contributions. And so that's why the governor did that. So as you know, there's $700 million to buy down the contributions, $300 million in 2019, and another $350 million in 2020. This buys down 1.2 percentage points in 2019-2020, and another percentage point in 2020-2021, and then 5% after that. And it's going to save districts about $6.9 billion over the next 30 years. So you'll see that saving according to the LEO. Again, this is about $50 per ADA and about $30 per ADA after the employer liability was reduced. And the reason why the governor didn't reduce CalPERS in this is because CalPERS is set by CalPERS board, whereas liability contributions are set by legislators for STRS. So that's the difference between STRS and PERS. The governor did contribute that to CSBA. He directly quoted, I will never forget that our School Boards Association, where they quite literally did not want to talk about anything else other than STRS and PERS contributions. Also, after that, he stated that he felt like he was giving Tony Thurman's budget because most of his budget time was taken on K-12. One thing we would like to bring to your attention, it's a good thing, he proposed $576 million to special education, $390 million of ongoing funding, and $186 million of one-time funding. But as board members, as educators, we have to really help craft this legislation because currently the proposal states that the money can be spent outside of IEP services. And that does not help our districts bring down the costs that they're spending out of their general funds for special education services. So what the money will allow is for like preventative services for preschool students, getting them services before they enter kindergarten and crew costed districts. So we really have to focus on trying to get the message out and continue to talk to the governor and his staff about saying, hey, allow us to spend that money, give us more flexibility, allow us to spend that money on IEP services and preventative services. We can do it both. Again, this echoes CSBA's message to allow for flexibility in early education spending. Again, there was $750 million facility construction money for early education. Governor Brown, as you know, proposed and gave $100 million for early education construction funding, and only about $30 million of that money was actually spent. So there's $70 million of that money left over. And so when we get to the May revise, what we'll see is the legislators say, hey, you need to reduce that $750 million. We gave you $100 million, and districts aren't spending that $100 million, so we don't want to give you $750 million. So that's another thing to look out for when it comes to that. And then also, Dr. Volkermoor mentioned it. We're only going to get COLA, and it's about 3.46%. Again, this echoes CSBA's need for full and fair funding. So thank you, board, for passing your full and fair funding resolution to support CSBA. This is to really bring California out of, so right now California is ranked 45th in per pupil spending. Full and fair funding will bring that to the top 10% of per pupil spending. As you saw in the LAUSD strike, you saw Elizabeth Warren tweet out her support for teachers and unions. And then we looked at her state, and said, wow, you rank number 7 out of all 51 states in California in per pupil spending. Wouldn't that be nice to get California up at least into the 10% per pupil funding spending? So again, as you speak to your legislators, as you speak to the governor and his staff, just echo that. And again, thank you for all of you guys do for our students.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, for your update. Much appreciated. All right, board, that ends our public comments presently. We'll come back again when we get to item 12.2.
Okay. Moving on to 9.0, administrative presentation. 9.1, career pathways update. Dr. Marsden.
Yeah, thank you. This is the time of presentation where we're excited because of the great growth and progress through Dr. Mitchell's leadership and Pam Kempthorne's incredible hard work behind the scenes. She has done so much in all of our schools to craft a thoughtful approach to our linked learning programs. And so with that, they'll provide you an update on our pathways and next steps. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Marsden. Good evening, board. Tonight we are pleased to present program information about our linked learning pathways. Alongside me is Pam Kinthorn, Director of College and Career Readiness. I want to commend Pam for her leadership in overseeing this important and game-changing work. Pam has led this effort from its infancy, and we are proud of the outcomes that she is leading for our students and the adults within and without the district whom serve them. I also want to acknowledge Barbara Richardson behind me, Director of Accountability and Educational Technology, for her work in providing both the key data, helping us to ask the right questions about the impact of our work. Later in the presentation, you will hear from Laura Gallardo, pathway teacher in the core pathway at Arroyo Valley High School. Our core pathway was recognized as the 2018 California Partnership Academy, and Mrs. Gallardo is a proud recipient and was recognized as the 2019 San Bernardino County Teacher of the Year. So we're really happy to have her with us tonight to address the board and give us some information about the exciting things going on in Arroyo Valley. Lastly, you will hear from Daniel Iniguez, a recent Arroyo High School graduate who will share his journey at Arroyo and beyond. So we'll start.
And just a reminder, if the board can hold their questions until page, right after page 6.
Who's got the, oh, there you go. So tonight we have 3 simple objectives, board. We want to update the board on the progress of our linked learning pathway programs. We want to share student outcome data related to the linked learning pathways. And lastly, we want to share next steps for continued linked learning pathway development. Next slide. So number one, we're going to spend the next 3 slides giving you some pathway program information. It's kind of a definition of terms and just to kind of paint the picture of what we have going on and where all this came from. So number one, building a system of linked learning pathways was identified as a key district strategy under Strategy 6, College and Career, during the strategic planning process that began in 2012. The linked learning approach combines rigorous academics, sequenced technical training, and work-based learning and integrated student supports. Additionally, our pathways focus on 21st century soft skill development. In education, we call these soft skills the 6 C's. They are creativity, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, culture, and character. We know from our research and our work-based learning, our work-based experiences, that opportunities abound for people who know how to navigate the workplace, how to work with diverse cultures. And so what we want for our graduates out of our system is for them to be ready for the college and career with these soft skills. Number 3, lastly, the linked learning pathway bridges the worlds of college and career by allowing students the opportunity to apply academic knowledge and skills in the real world settings. Next. Continuing on with our program, pathway program information, number 4. Prior to establishing a system of linked learning pathways, our students were enrolled in various career technical education courses. So our initial implementation of linked learning pathways began with an intensive professional development focus targeting pathway teachers, leads, and program specialists, as well as our school leaders on the linked learning pathway approach. All our high school principals, pathway teachers, and support staff attended a variety of trainings focused on incorporating industry language, skills, and approaches into standards-based teaching in order to achieve the goals of linked learning. Quite frankly, we want to prepare students to be successful in college and career, and so the linked learning approach combines career technical education with Common Core rigorous standards education. Currently, schools in San Bernardino City Unified operate 54 linked learning pathways across all of our high schools, including our continuation high schools. Slide 5. And lastly, students participating in linked learning pathways gain the following benefits. Letter A is rigorous academic and technical coursework. work-based learning opportunities, simulated classroom experience, student-run enterprises, and internships. For example, we're ramping up our participation in Generation Go. Letter C, opportunities to earn 21 different industry certifications. D, 57 CSU UC eligible A through G approved career technical education courses, 20 articulated courses with community colleges, and 10 concurrent enrollment opportunities with community colleges. Next slide. And so the next slides, board, will review outcomes for pathway students in comparison to non-pathway students. The data is exciting and encouraging. These bullets serve as a summary of our outcomes. So number one, we in 2017-18, 58.5% of all high school students were enrolled in linked learning pathways. Number two, in 17-18, high school students enrolled in pathways indicate an A to G completion rate of 38.8, which is 11.2 percentage points higher than the 27.6 of non-pathway students completing A to G. Number three, in 17-18, high school students enrolled in pathways have a lower student suspension rate than non-pathway students. Overall, pathway students have a suspension rate of 6.6%, which is 1.5 percentage points less than the 8.1 of non-pathway students. And lastly, in 17-18, high school students enrolled in pathways have less incidence of chronic absenteeism than non-pathway students. Overall, pathway students have a chronic absenteeism rate of 15.7, which is 16.7 percentage points less than the 32.4% of chronic absenteeism among non-pathway students.
And Madam President?
I was going to wait until page 6, which is the next one.
As you will see in the following data slides, on most measures, pathway students outperform non-pathway students. We attribute this difference in performance to opportunities for pathway students to apply their academic learning to real-world settings, real-world problems and contexts, which leads to increased student engagement, student self-efficacy, and intrinsic motivation. Next slide. So the next few slides.
Okay, so now we can pause there, and now Mr. Tillman.
Now, I just would hope that when we state numbers like this, that we had a comparison to ensure that what we've done historically isn't taking place here, and that is for the new program, you target kids that are usually the kids that are performing at these higher levels anyway. So, if you're going to tell me that the number of students that are participating have lower suspension rates, then I would hope that someone did some type of in-depth research to ensure that it'd be nice to say, well, we have some students in the program that before they got in this program had a high level of suspensions and the suspensions were dropped and vice versa. And until you do that, I think you kind of take the risk of giving the impression there's a direct correlation between this program and getting these results versus this program only targeting the students who don't have those type of lower numbers anyway. And I only say it because, I do have a fear that a lot of times when we have these programs, we don't target the kids that could benefit from these programs and only cater to the students that a lot of times we're more excited to deal with. I'm not saying that's the case, but I just would hope that you would provide more backup information. When I'm going through this, Mr. Gallo says turn to page 6, that's why we do it. But that should be, he should be able to have some backup information that says, yeah, this really is making a difference. This page does not give me that backup information.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. I appreciate that insight. So what we call that slide is what we call a driver slide for our folks that want to know the bottom line right away. That driver slide is a summary of the data slides I'm about to show you, which will allay your fears that you just expressed. So number one, 58.5% of all high school students are in a pathway. That percentage is so large that it captures a broad section of our kids. And what you'll see in the next slide, for example, on slide 7.
Hold on, I just want to make sure the board members have any questions on the previous pages, if we can do Mike Gallo, no?
Yeah, I just, one data point though, we are showing that 58-point-something% of the kids are participating. So it's almost nearly 60% of the kids are actually participating in career pathways. So I'm sure we're targeting some of the student populations that do have challenges as well. So that's an encouraging number, is that we're incorporating many students. So I'll have a couple questions on, what the criterion would be for entrance into a career pathway. Can any student join a career
All
pathway?
students are eligible to participate in pathway programs. And our plan is to, our initial plan from our strategic plan was to go wall to wall, or 100% of our kids be coming in a pathway, as well as graduating A to G ready.
Well,
That's an important distinction to
this is
make.
really important. I mean, you look at the data and you see, out of the 60% that are participating, we're yielding these results.
Yeah. So if the board would allow me to run through the data slide, I think it would answer many of your questions.
And I'm just thinking of the ones that are previous. So if you have any questions on the ones that were previously, that if you anticipate, when Ms. Rogers, Dr. Hill, no? Okay. And then Dr. Flores.
I just wanted to make a comment and observation for the board. Our teachers and principals have done all of this just on CTE money. And I think it's commendable. It's amazing that we've gotten this far.
What's CTE stand for?
Career
and
Technical
technical education money. If this board were to, like speaking to what you said, Mr. Tillman, earlier, invest, money to support the teachers and the different academies that we have throughout the district, it would even be more. And it would ensure that our kids, that usually don't get to participate would participate as well. So I think it's the numbers, so far I think we've implemented it, 3 years? Pam, has it been 3 or 4 years?
Just a point of clarification, Dr. Flores.
Yeah.
This board has allocated $2 million per year since LCAP started.
But the majority has been
Grant
CTE
dollars.
money.
Yes.
Right. So we have, but
Yes.
not to the degree that we should. And how many years have we been doing this? When did it start to be implemented?
It's 2012.
Pardon me?
2012.
2012. So
Yes.
6 years.
But I remember a number like $10 million in LCAP for.
It was over 3 years.
No.
Yeah,
no.
one-time funds. You're right. So board, I can give you a breakdown of all the dollars that it far exceeds the grant.
But
dollars
that's
that
what I'm
we-
saying. The board has invested a whole lot of
Heck yeah.
LCFF money, and we did it in the LCAP. But I know for a fact,
Absolutely.
we put a whole lot of money in ongoing outside of grant money.
You are absolutely correct. I just said that we've allocated $2 million per year, and then that's in addition to the $10 million that
But
we
that's
invested.
all across our schools, and you have 50, how many pathways?
54.
That's a lot. That's not that much money. Anyway, I'm just making an observation.
Okay. And
Go
then
ahead.
Dr. Wyatt, do you have any questions? If not, let's go ahead and move forward.
So I'm on slide 7, board. This slide illustrates the racial and ethnic makeup of pathway participants compared to the racial and ethnic makeup of the entire district. As you can see, the ethnic and racial representation of students participating in pathways has parity with the overall racial and ethnic demographic of the district. So what we thought was important to the board and to our community is that we didn't want to see large discrepancy in the racial makeup of the kids participating in pathways. And you'll see across the board we have essentially parity for pathway kids compared to their overall enrollment. This data also informs the district of opportunities to over-enroll underperforming student groups. For example, since we know the benefits of participating in pathways, the district may choose to lead an effort to increase the enrollment of African American students as a means to accelerate the performance of the entire student group. So so when we're looking at this data, we know that it works. And so we could target a student data and over-enroll them above their percentage in the district. Next slide. Board, next you'll see pathway participation by program. This slide illustrates the makeup of pathway participants by program compared to non-pathway students. As you can see, program student group representation in pathways also roughly mirrors the demographics of program student groups in non-pathway participants. For example, you'll see socioeconomic disadvantage, English owner, English learner, all the way across all of our major student groups There's essentially parity. There are some areas where we can look into. For example, this slide also illustrates the opportunity to solicit greater participation in pathways from our special education students. You see there's not a significant dip, but again, there's enough there for us to look into and over-enroll our special education students in pathway programs. Next slide. Next board, you'll see a comparison of our A to G on track students compared to our A to G on track pathway students compared to our A to G on track non-pathway students. So this slide illustrates the comparison between grades 9 through 12 pathway participants on track for A to G compared to non-pathway students on track for A to G. Generally, non-pathway students in grades 9 through 12 show greater percentages of students who are on track to meet A to G requirements. The greatest differences between pathway and non-pathway participants for A to G on-track students are noted for Cajon, Indian Springs, and Pacific high schools, illustrating the need to assess the needs of those particular schools and develop interventions or supports to improve their performance. Next slide. This is actually A to G completion. So this is last year's class of 2018 kids who actually graduated A to G, completing A to G. And remember, to complete A to G, you need to take all of the A to G required coursework, passing with a C or better. This slide illustrates the comparison between high school pathway graduates who met A to G requirements and non-pathway graduates who met A to G requirements. As you can see across the district, pathway graduates meeting A to G requirements exceeded non-pathway graduates meeting A to G requirements of 38.8% compared to 27.6% respectively. So if you look over to the left board, our pathway students in the blue graduated, 38.8% of them graduated meeting all of the A to G requirements, and our kids not participating represented in the orange, had an A to G completion rate of 27.6%. Again, these are kids who actually graduated that are eligible for UC Cal State. This is exciting data. It illustrates the impact that pathways have on student performance. Again, we attribute this difference in performance between pathway students and non-pathway students to increase opportunities for pathway students to apply their academic learning to real-world problems and contexts, which leads to increased student engagement, self-efficacy, and intrinsic motivation. This data also illustrates the need to assess the needs of Sanji High School's pathways, which indicated a significant difference in performance between pathway and non-pathway students, both within the school as well as in comparison to other comprehensive high schools across the district. So we'll be looking into that discrepancy and meet with our school leaders over there. And I'm sure they have a good sense of what's going on and see how we can best support them to get those numbers. Because you see, with Sanji, they have a higher than district average A to G completion rate for non-pathway students, and there's a significant difference between pathway students. So we're very interested in that question. Next slide. For the district overall, non-participants have a slightly higher GPA than pathway participants. This is not real significant data we wanted to share with you in terms of course grades. Next slide.
We're going to pause right there, and if any board members have any questions, these ones are on regarding career pathways portion. So if we can go, maybe Mr. Tillman, any questions? That way I can have Mr. Gallo.
No, it's not a question, but I do want to say to Dr. Mitchell that, two numbers that really stand out to me, and it's only because I've been doing this so long. You say that, for instance, with the African Americans, that you would over-enroll them, but you're not over-enrolling them, and that's a concern to me. You have, even here, you have 12.4% of the students are African American, but only 10.9% are in the program, so it's actually less. And then, but when you look at GATE, only 12% of the students is the population, but it's 14% are in the program, and it gets back to the same thing. Those numbers to me are the numbers that really illustrate the type of student that you're putting in the program, or not even putting in, but are in the program right now. And to me, when we look at sadly, when we look at results for suspension, expulsion, absenteeism, the A to G completion, those two groups are on the other end of the spectrum, and that's what my concern is. And I think it's just, I think it should be a goal that those numbers on the one end change, just so that when we do talk about page 6, then I can feel a whole lot more confident that it really is making a difference.
So I'd like to address that. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. We hear you and understand your concern. So as I said in the slide, looking at our data affords us opportunity to target interventions.
I agree.
And so one intervention may be to over-enroll our underachieving student groups to accelerate the whole student group. So
And the key being, and I think what we're lacking is the tools to target those students, to tell them and their parents, you can do this. We want you in this program.
Absolutely.
Make sure the folks you have doing the work are telling them, we want you in this program. You can do this. Here, tied together with their success in college and getting jobs. To me, I am excited about that, but I want to see it actually happen. So, and you talked earlier about maybe spending some additional money towards targeting those populations, and I think that's key.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tillman. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, my question's kind of similar. Do we understand why 40% haven't decided to participate in career pathways?
Well, a lot of our kids are A to G track, and they're headed. It's choice. So we've offered a choice. We have 100% default A to G curriculum, and so some kids may not be interested in the pathways that are being offered at a particular high school. Mm-hmm. Some kids may be on a track where they're satisfied with what they're doing with their coursework, and so the whole point was that we offered choice. And so some kids may not choose a pathway. And so I think that's good. We think it's a good thing that kids can choose a pathway that speaks to their passions. And so then that also, on the flip side of that, means that may not be my passion, and I'd rather stay on this track. Mm-hmm. Our goal, as always, is to graduate our kids college and career ready. Mm-hmm. And so what we are pleased to see are high levels of A to G completion rates among both groups. As we know that kids completing A to G requirements and a pathway capstone course gives them a little added value as they enter the workforce or the college, because they've learned those soft skills, they've learned to apply their learnings in real context, and so we think there's some added benefit and value to being in a pathway. But certainly, kids who graduate from our system, A to G compliant, are high-performing kids that can make choices for college or career.
Well, I guess then the follow-up question would be, if we know that a certain percentage of that 40% aren't picking a career pathway because they may not have one that's interested, when would we move to schools of choice or allowing a student to take a career pathway that's offered at a different school? And are we going to systemically try to incorporate that, given the numbers of achievement? I would think that would be the next move.
I love the question from you and Mr. Tillman, because you see the benefits of this data analysis interpretation. We see it as peeling back layers to help us better understand how to tool our system to be more responsive and adaptive to the needs of our kids, and not doing data, as to your point, since you've been on the board, we're blind to some things. And so now, through this regular presentation of KPI presentation to the board, we're sharing with the board our learnings about our system, about the impacts of our programs, and how to better tool it so we can get more success out of our program.
Well, so then
the next step,
systemically, we should be thinking about moving towards
open enrollment, high school open enrollment.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
How you allow students.
And the transportation costs related with that, and so that's certainly something we can.
That seems to be that's a logistics issue, and I can't believe we couldn't come up with a different transportation system and network to allow students in buses to run all day long and things, and do an Uber type thing. I don't quite understand that.
And I think too,
to let that be a driver for what we know is right and what's impacting students. crazy.
And Mr. Gallo, not only that, but I think if we said, the first part is making it possible.
Absolutely.
For instance, you say if you want to go to another school and you can provide your own transportation, you're welcome to go.
Right.
We don't even do that right now.
Right.
And trust me, you can look at the way that our students our parents are deciding to take their kids and go to multiple schools right now.
Right.
That they're willing to do that. But right now, we haven't provided the ability to give them that choice. So rather than say we won't give them the choice because transportation is a problem,
No, I
what
didn't
we
say
should
that.
do is say we're going to give them the choice to start with,
Right.
and then see how many parents take advantage of it,
Sure.
and then deal with the parents, the students who can't take advantage of it because of the transportation, and then deal with the transportation piece later.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to remind the board, we're providing you an update on our progress and not a finished
No,
product.
this is great.
Yes.
This is
So
fabulous.
we're not
It
finished
really
here,
is.
guys. We just are providing you where we are today.
No, but these are the kinds of things that I think we need to think about systemically when we see these types of results. If we're not using it to inform us and actually
Yep.
make some systemic revisions and changes, then what good's the presentation?
Thank you, Mr.
You know.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. And I think I've heard most of my questions answered through what they were asking. It was the same thing. But I would hope too, because we talk about technology and opportunities for virtual choices as well. So that may be part of the problem, because I know we're always looking at transportation is an issue. That's a heavy cost. But I've heard of other programs where they're able to virtually, bring in whatever the class is. So hopefully we're exploring those opportunities where the student doesn't have to necessarily uproot, go another place, and maybe they want to stay there with their cohort of classmates, and then we get into changing those things, because this sounds good. I think the slide, I think we talked about 6, but it was after 6. The only thing that I saw, because when we really want to look at the numbers and see who's taking advantage of it or having the options, because I'm a college person, love the career opportunities, but definitely push that. But when we look at our breakdown on our ethnicities, we got away from the actual numbers. And I know we bring that up as a board all the time
They're
to
on
actually be able to see. So I see the full number. And so when you say, for example, on page 7, if I look at the percentages, what are the number?
So if you look right below,
I see those
yeah,
two.
so
So
the first-
6,800?
Yeah, the first number are pathway participants.
No, I'm talking
The
about,
second number are non-pathway.
no, by breakdown, by each category. That's the whole
Okay.
number of everyone.
On the
together.
racial one, I don't have the numbers.
Yeah,
on
that's
that.
what I'm saying. So that
But
one.
the rest
usually-
of the slides we do.
I saw that, and that's what I was saying. The trend was going good, but this one usually helps us to understand, to be able to say which students. So if I'm talking to each particular, student group, how many of our
Kids that we're
African American
talking about.
students are really, taking advantage of. The percentages is good, but it's just much better to look at the number and see really, is it 50%? Is it, where are we really looking when we look at the actual number of students? But again, for the most part, the presentation is good. I think it's a good lead in to see where we are.
Right.
But earlier when you said wall to wall, that was kind of my concern too. Did we want to make this available for everyone? Because sometimes, if it's good, my thought is always, if it's good for all. If that's what we want to do, let's aim towards that. But I don't know how much someone may say it's affecting a sport or what happens.
Got it.
I know we had a meeting a long time ago, and we were going to have several opportunities, several different schedules that a student can choose from. I don't know if we're there. I don't know if we've answered that. If you take a career pathway, does that knock you off the sports or, whatever you want to do? We've been doing it since 2012. I've graduated 2 students then. I don't even recall having a conversation about it. I don't know how to get in it. I don't know at what point in time we talk to students about it. But I do still think that this is something that when we're talking about the counselors and reevaluating the strategies there, at what point do we talk to the student at the very beginning in the 9th grade and say, if you're taking this, because is it the opportunity to take it for 4 years and then something happens, or what if someone opt in the 12th grade? Is that really beneficial? Or what are we really looking at, the skill sets versus are they really going to have a certificate in nursing, or all these 54 that we have? What is truly the outcome if they alter their schedule to do that versus having some form of life skill that's going to go along with what they need to do in college? and will benefit them in career.
Right.
But what truly happens, I know I've heard that, you get in and then 4-year certificates, I haven't seen that data yet. Are they really getting certificates? Is a good number getting certificates in whatever that pathway is? Because 54 is a lot.
Got it.
And if you're at a school and that's not really what you want, if the law school is over here, again, I say virtual is we need to look at that. But really, what is the purpose of being in it? Do you get more credits? Is it really benefiting them? If they go to Valley or Cal State, they're ahead of the game.
Got it. Thank you for all those calls. We'll be happy to gather that information. I think later, too, you'll hear from our student and maybe to get a little bit of perspective on that. But the particular data that you're asking for by pathway, we're happy to provide later.
All right, and Dr. Hill, did you have any comments? No? Okay, no. Dr. Flores?
Yes, I have about 3 comments. And I'm piggybacking on also Mrs. Rogers' comment. We do need the raw numbers on page 7 and page 8, because percentages don't really capture, the quantity of kids that are participating and
happy to provide
so
that.
forth. So it would, for the next presentation, I think
Yeah,
it would be
they're
great
obviously just omitted
to
because
do the
we did
raw
all the
numbers. I know you have the
Yeah.
totals
Yeah,
down
we just
below.
omitted, yeah, so
but
we apologize.
Yeah, the disaggregated raw numbers would be
Absolutely.
very, very helpful. And then on page 10, I think we're making great progress in terms of A through G completion. And I don't see it as a comparison. The kids that choose to go college pathway and A through G, that's the number. Like if you look at San G, 38%, they're close to our district average. So I think that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing because they're not in pathways. So we shouldn't be comparing them to each other.
No, we're concerned that there's such a low A to G completion rate with kids who are participating in pathways.
Right.
Right. Not comparing them. We should see parity. We should see parity between A to G completion rates between pathway students and non-pathway students.
Right.
And that's
but,
the only.
but
That's the
maybe
only
they don't
anomaly.
have that many. See, maybe they don't have that many. I mean, that are participating in A through D, 37 versus 387. That's why you have the discrepancy in the percentages. But I think that, I just think we have to look at the, look at the raw numbers as well as we're doing that. And my third comment is, maybe a fourth comment too, is I don't think we should have wall-to-wall. And I'll tell you why. I think the kids should have choices. I was a nerd, and all I wanted to do was go to college. And I took all the college courses necessary that I needed. And that's what I wanted to do. I didn't want to follow a career pathway or whatever. And so we have kids like that, IB kids.
Absolutely.
We have kids that, know exactly where they want to go and what they want to do. Then we have, if we're providing choices, we should have choices. And maybe, Danny, we don't have many kids in there because we don't have the capacity. We don't have the teachers. We don't have the rooms. Maybe they need to develop a little bit more. We don't know all of that. I do get into the weeds a bit. And so, I ask kids, I ask teachers, and sometimes we don't have the capacity to do that. So why force that?
I agree.
think, like Margaret said, let's ask our teachers. Let's ask our teachers at our schools, what is it that they need? Where do we want to go? What's our capacity? What can we do? Because they're the ones that are going to do the work. And they're the ones that are investing the time and so forth in the planning. So I think, just like you said, related to other aspects, let's ask our teachers and our leaders at the school sites, and that will inform us instead of us saying, well, I think you need to do this, you need to do that. And so I want to be cautious on doing wall-to-wall because I don't think we should force anybody to do any of that. I think we should have choices.
We agree. Thank you, Dr. Flores.
Pardon me?
We agree with you.
You do? Okay,
The,
good.
the initial strategic planning process
Right.
talked about wall to wall, but
Right,
certainly
right.
choice
And then,
and options is important.
you know, they know how much money they need.
Absolutely.
What is it that what are the resources that they need to grow? And can they grow and can they not grow? And so I really believe in that. So I hope that, you know, we do that.
Yeah, we do that regularly. We do
Okay.
that now.
That's
All of
good.
our remember, we started with nothing in 2012
Right.
and we have this now.
Well, I think we need to
so
continue.
that didn't come without
Yeah, I think we need to
consistent
continue and listen to our teachers and our different academies and our pathways, and in terms of what they need, because the money that that may be available, opportunities, how is it that we're going to prioritize to focus on where we want to go next?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Wyatt, do you have any questions?
Yes, Madam President. Just comments as well to kind of echo what some of my colleagues are saying. Again, just the raw numbers on page 8, that would definitely help. And then, are these duplicated or unduplicated in regards to the survey results on here?
Survey results.
On page 8, we have the different program participation
No,
subgroups.
those would not be duplicated.
Okay, so
those are single kids.
Okay, good. That's it.
All right, thank you, and very quick.
Very quick. You know, we have somebody supposed to be visiting. Have they visited already? The governor or somebody's going to visit one of the pathways or something?
Yeah, I think Dr. Morrison can answer that question.
It was canceled. But I wanted to say that I really think the thing we have to recognize right now is that the state does not fund pathways. So it's a challenge to us. And I don't think we should lose sight of that. The challenge we have is you might take money for pathways, but it doesn't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that class doesn't necessarily cover a mandated class or English class or math class, and they could, but no one's put the effort statewide to say you can do that, and that's one of the challenges because it's almost like an additional cost. For instance, if you have an engineer that comes in that teaches some type of engineering, and they don't have a teacher credential, then they don't have the certification in order to qualify for math.
Yep.
Although they could be, if the
teachers.
state changed it, they can make it so that you can be an engineer, teach this class, and as long as you satisfy this minimal curriculum, then the student will get credit for math at the same time. Getting credit for this computer science class.
Absolutely.
They don't do that right now.
Right.
And I think that's very important because right now we're competing with using money that will go to traditional education, taking that away from traditional education and using it to pay for this extra cost being pathways. That's the reality of it right now.
Yeah, competing resources, you're correct.
Right. So I think the discussion has to happen at the state level to find a way to alleviate that problem. And it is possible. If somebody just put a little bit of time and effort into being creative, we could do both things at the same time.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And yes, thank you.
One
yeah,
more
go ahead.
quick one. You know, when you look at the studies on these career pathways, the least effective are when you make them electives. I mean, the whole point of this is to integrate career technical education components into core classes, so that you're not starting up a class and taking it away from math and taking it away from your core curriculum, but you're integrating these types of applied hands-on learning experiences as they're going through career-related, as they're going through their core curriculum. So I know it's a process to get there, you know, because our teachers aren't taught that during school in their own professional development and their own education process. And this is I think the trend to, when you read the studies, is that integration of applied learning experiences as a core component of your core classes is the way to actually implement career pathway. And I know we're kind of moving that way.
In fact, Mr. Gallo, if you go back to slide 5, you'll see that we have 57 CSU UC eligible A to G approved CTE courses. So what you're talking about is exactly what we're doing.
Okay. All right, great. We're going to go ahead and move along, page 12, but so if you can hold on your questions until the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on slide 12, and this is about suspension rates. And for the district overall, and at the majority of high schools, suspension rates are lower for pathway participants. Sierra High School is an exception to this trend. Next slide. Chronic absenteeism, we're seeing a huge benefit here with pathway students. Significant differences in chronic absenteeism rates are noted between pathway participants and non-pathway participants, with pathway participants consistently indicating lower chronic absenteeism rates at our comprehensive high schools. San Andreas and Sierra Continuation High Schools are the exception to this. Next slide. So board, here's our next steps. Number one is that we're going to continue to provide professional development opportunities for teachers and support staff to build their capacity to provide two things: high quality instruction that is aligned to the Common Core standards and incorporates business industry learnings. Number two, continue to provide professional development to high school counselors to ensure that advisement and student scheduling, and so I really want you to take note on that, the advisement and student scheduling encourages and supports students in pathway course completion, meaning that they need to take the CTE concentrated course as well as the capstone course and A to G completion. So what we're saying here is that, Mr. Tillman, you stated earlier that sometimes our kids need a nudge, they need some cajoling, they need some motivation, they need active adults that are pushing our kids and motivating our kids into the courses that they need to be successful, and that's more than a student scheduling issue. That's a relationship issue, and so we think that a focused effort on our staff and adults on our campus to push kids not only in pathway programs, but in clubs, sports, mock trial, all these things that benefit kids. We want to create an ethic on our campuses where our adults are almost to our hope maker ends, where our adults become hope makers for your kids. Number three, continue to expand internship opportunities for students by recruiting business and industry partners. We want to continue to add choice for our kids to get workplace experiences. Our biggest example right now is Generation Go, where Ginger's office is working with the county to place our current students in workplace experiences across the county. Number four, improve and monitor the quality of our linked learning pathways by participating in the Linked Learning Alliance certification program. This includes program evaluation and site reviews. So we're pushing to have pathways by more than just name alone. We want quality educational experiences for our students. Next slide. Number four is continuously monitor and update our seabeds information and our CalPads information. What this means is that for the last year and a half, we've embarked to recode our course names, our course codes, so that we're getting credit from the state for the pathways that we're running. And so we found that that's been a couple-year process to identify, to rename courses, to make sure they're A to G approved, and to make sure the course numbers are all consistent across our high schools. And so we'll continue to monitor that so that way the information that we push to the state gives us credit for this good work we're doing. And then number five, this is to Dr. Flores' point, regularly assess and address linked learning pathway needs, which includes professional development, program support, equipment support, instructional quality, training, and all these such needs. And so we know that each pathway is uniquely different. We know that each school is uniquely different. And so that assessment, we're always doing an ongoing assessment of the needs of our program. So I want to assure the board that we didn't just give them money and leave them on their own, that Pam's staff and others on our staff, including Dr. Perez's staff in terms of the counseling end of it, are constantly monitoring and assessing the needs of our pathways. And then six, increase concurrent enrollment opportunities for students by continuing to collaborate with post-education partners. And so, board, what I want to do is turn it over to Ms. Kempthorne, and she's going to introduce our speakers tonight. We won't be too much longer. We'd love you to have the opportunity to hear from boots on the ground, so to speak, from one of our highest performing teachers and a student who's been a recipient of these great experiences. So thank you.
Good evening. Okay, so good evening. I'd first like to take just a moment to recognize my staff and all the people from the sites who are here that work with Pathways, if they could stand and be recognized. Any of you out there? And then I'd also like to recognize Bernardo Valenzuela, and he's here in the back. I'd like to personally thank him for supporting pathway development at his school. We are featuring one of his pathways tonight, and he's just a wonderful pathway supporter and champion of the cause, so thank you. And then before inviting our guest speakers, Laura Gallardo, Core Academy Coordinator, and David Inignes, a graduate from the Core Academy, I'd like to make a few introductory remarks about the Core Academy. The Cultivating Opportunities in Renewable Energy, or more commonly known as CORE, was recognized in 2018 by the California Department of Education as a Distinguished California Partnership Academy. This is an honor that is held by just 1% of the California Partnership Academies in the state. And this academy is currently in contention for Link Learning Alliance Gold certification. Their site review is tomorrow. So a special thank you for Laura Gallardo, who is here because she has a whole team coming in to review her pathway tomorrow. Since its beginning in 2009, CORE has been providing 9 through 12 grade students with rigorous integrated curriculum, work-based learning, and relevant project-based learning in one of the most in-demand industries in the country, renewable energies. The 383 Academy students gain a competitive edge when pursuing college and career endeavors by enrolling in core classes, which include green technology and urban planning, habitat restoration and sustainable landscapes, urban organic gardening and edible landscapes, GIS, GPS mapping, information systems, and global positioning systems, and lead building retrofitting. And core students participate in work-based learning experiences with long-standing industry partners, Grid Alternatives and the National Park System. Both of those partners indicate their eagerness to stay linked to the Core Academy, predominantly due to the preparation the Core Academy provides for the students. The Core Academy's success can be contributed to a dedicated teacher team who appreciates the opportunity, time, and funding to collaborate to ensure CORE continues to be an exceptional program for students. And then let me just give you a little background on Laura Gallardo, who will be presenting the CORE work. Prior to her work in education, Laura was a researcher for the Food and Drug Administration and the EPA agency. She transitioned from industry to education and began teaching at Arroyo Valley 15 years ago. She taught biology, career technical education, as well as coordinated the Core Academy. Laura is currently a doctoral student at Texas A&M University, and as was previously mentioned, she was recently recognized as the 2019 San Bernardino County Teacher of the Year. So we are absolutely honored to have her on our teaching staff. And so I'd like to welcome Laura Gallardo and David Iniguez to the microphone to present their academy.
It's really up high. Hi, thank you so much for having me. I hope I can live up to that really nice sentiment. So as you can tell, my name is Laura Gallardo, and I'm here to talk about my passion, and I'm glad and hear from you guys that it's slowly becoming your passion, and that's very exciting. So, do you have a slideshow? Oh, I'm in control. Okay. So, the Academy is, our mission statement is to make sure that students are always looking forward. So we want to make sure that students are looking to the next generation of sustainable systems so that when they do graduate, they're actually going to be relevant in the workforce, not just what happened in 2009. We have to constantly be looking forward and contributing to their success after they graduate. So our program of study, we are a 912 pathway, and I think that's really important to point out for two reasons. On either end of the spectrum, you have your ninth graders that are coming in from middle school, and they're kind of like that fish out of water, and they don't really know high school. They get plopped in our campus, and there's a lot of support systems there, but there tends to be a gap between that 8th grade and ninth grade year. And when they're in the academy, they have a lot of support systems and they have a focus. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But that's really important. And then also that 12th grade year, we have the ability to enrich our students. The CCI, the College Career Indicator, they really lend a 3-year pathway, but with that 4th year, we like to point out that they're getting a really targeted approach on the industry once they do graduate. And so it's an enrichment that we add. So they talk about how we support our kids and what kind of students are in pathways. I can tell you with all honesty, they're regular kids. Students choose to be in our pathway. They sign up in middle school. And what I tell my teachers over and over again is that that child chose to be in the pathway. So we can't do anything to detour them. We have to embrace them. And so having that model going forward really helps the teacher say, oh, I can't just send them to the office. We're going to work together and actually help that child through whatever is going on, whether it be academic, behavior, stuff like that. So that's our comprehensive student support. It's really important to point out that our classes are pure. We don't have, we call them non-academy students, but all courses, so if you walk into an English classroom, those kids have the same history teacher, they have the same science teacher, they have the same CTE teacher, and they have the same, I'm missing a subject, ELA teacher, English. And so that creates a really unique web of support that tightens, and those kids don't fall through those cracks. And so that's really, really important. The mentoring program, that's kind of something that we're really proud of because I talk to the students every day and they open up and they're great, but when they talk to you guys, they may clam up, and those soft skills are really, really needed. And so that mentoring program, students have the ability to talk to industry leaders, industry partners, engineers, nurses, whatever they want, and they interact with them for 2 years. And so those students are actually getting letters of recommendations from people that are in the industry. And that's really important to us. The integrated projects, that's kind of my passion. I love integrated projects. Dr. Marsden kind of saw us plan a little bit. That's where you really see the teachers clam on to the pathways because they're connecting their classroom to another classroom. And then you tell the students, and maybe David will elaborate a little bit, but you tell the students and a project's coming and their faces just drop. But it really helps the grades because what happens is that those classes are tied together, and if they don't do the project, then there's a little bit more of an incentive to do it because it's a part of all 4 classes. And so that helps with grades as well. Some of our partnerships, they mentioned the National Park Service. That's my personal love. I grew up going camping and stuff like that, and that's amazing. So every summer we take our kids to various parks. We've gone to Utah. We go to Joshua Tree every year, and this year we're going hopefully to Sequoia. The NABU, they are the National Building Trades Union. I lied. North American Building Trades Union. We're one of 7 high schools in the state that articulate and provide our students with a pre-apprenticeship. So we're talking about college and career. Our classes are all A through G. We do provide an extra science for students. We do provide articulations, but it's really important, like I said, to make sure that that child has a backup plan. So what if something happens and they need to pull that from their back pocket and they have it? So it's always good to have that well-rounded student. And if they go into an engineering program, it's really important that they understand the trades. So that gives them another layer of support. And then our Solar Futures program, which is kind of like our anchor, those are our students. They actually hand that flyer out to all the different schools that do the grid alternatives. It's my happy kids. So our program of study, here's our freshmen. We want to make sure you have that human interaction with the environment. And again, it's just career awareness. It's what is life after high school, those soft skills. And you'll notice there are 5 courses that are tied to the academy. So we include math freshman year. Math 1 pass rates could always be better, and it's always important to tie them in. And then you'll see kids are outside all the time. They're using technology in the classroom. And this is my favorite one because we actually take them out on a boat and they do a study with marine biologists, and then we tie it into environmental science and to English and also biology. And a lot of the kids haven't even seen the ocean, and it's pretty awesome. So 10th grade, we're starting to build a little bit on the green industry. This is where they take that urban design class. And then they start to look at different systems. So they look at urban design, and then we apply GIS to that. GIS is huge right now. It's in everything. So even if the child doesn't decide to go into renewable energy, the healthcare system still has GIS. Public safety still has GIS. All of that is very, very relevant. You'll notice math is still involved. We want to make sure that they're supported up to their sophomore year. So this is our kids doing a field study with Joshua Tree National Park. We've done that since 2009. And the rangers, they actually call me now. They're like, hey, you guys gonna come? So they're pretty awesome. They come into the classroom, speak to the kids, and the kids go back out to the park. And, oh, this is our another piece of technology in my classroom. I'm clicking, but it's not going. There we go. Okay, 11th grade, this is where kind of the nuts and bolts happen. By this time, kids are solidified in the pathway. They're there. So this is the multi-craft core curriculum is that pre-apprenticeship. And you'll notice math is not there. We would like math 3, but if we can get them through math 1, math 2, they're usually pretty good. And again, because they've made that relationship with the math teacher, they always go back and ask them for help. So that's always good as well. And so in this class, they learn the blueprints. They do a lot of modeling. This is where our mentorship program comes in. And our happy faces. And they learn to use tools, which is awesome and kind of scary at the same time. But Mr. Beeler does an amazing job. 12th grade year, you'll notice there's only 3 classes. Photovoltaics is, again, that kind of the icing on the cake for our pathway, where they're out in the field. They do their industry certifications, and it's a lot their senior year, but it's pretty awesome to see them finally finish. So they're doing first aid CPR. She was very happy she finished her certification, finally. And then this is one of our mentors that comes in and talks with the kids and grades their work. And of course, kids on roofs are always awesome, but you notice he has a harness on. So work-based learning is pretty important. As we move through, learning is doing. When I was in school, I was not a book person, but I really, really enjoyed doing all the hands-on stuff. I'm still clicking and it's not going. There we go. This is our solar camp. David's going to talk about that. The CEO of SunPower does a summer camp with our kids, and that's pretty cool. And then there's our kids with Half Dome in the background. And this is my favorite picture because you notice there's no phone out. There's no service anywhere. They can't Google it. And believe it or not, they're looking at a newspaper and a map and trying to figure out where they're going to go. So that's one of my favorites right there. So there you go. And I'm going to introduce David. This was fun because I got to find all of his little baby pictures.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Iniguez. CORE first came to me at Martin Luther King Middle School when I was an 8th grader. They were recruiting students, and initially I had no interest in like environmental sciences or even conservation of resources. And that really changed throughout my high school career when I saw the passion of the teachers and in the classroom, the way they connected the material in the classroom to the field trips they would take us out on. It really made it real to what we were learning. And that only deepened my respect for them, both in and out of the classroom. And yeah, like Joshua Tree, we would go and learn about the fragile microorganisms they would have there and how easily they're destroyed. We got to take care of them. For core camp, we would go to Yosemite, to Utah, and clean up the park and learn more about the park itself. And solar camp was actually really fun. With sun power, we would get set up with other students from different schools. I think Indian Springs was one of them. And I was working with kids that I'd never met before in my life. And within 5 days, we had to map out a roof, set up a budget for the client, and make a mock company to pitch the idea to the client, and make our own company and all that. For solar installations, we were working with Grid Alternatives. They set up free photovoltaic systems for low-income homes that qualify. So we were helping out our own community, like our own homes. And there was even students in the classroom that applied for it, and they were able to get accepted for it. As far as support, they really helped out a lot because of that relationship you build with the teachers. They don't really feel like, they're breathing down your neck. They feel kind of like mentors, kind of. And that's really how I saw my teachers. When I was messing up in my grades and I was acting like a fool, they would be direct with me. They were blunt, put me on check, and I really appreciated that. They would have rubber room. One day out of the semester, the entire day was set to makeup work, and all the teachers were there present, and they were there to give you your makeup work and give you help if you needed it. Of course, if you had math that wasn't in the academy, you would go to that class and then come back after. They gave genuine encouragement, and they were just real to us. But the biggest thing for me was, without Core Academy, I don't think I'd be going to college, because they gave me the motivation and support that I otherwise would not have. So currently I'm a San Marino Valley College student, working at my transfer to Cal State San Marino. I'm working for a geology major, and I plan to get my master's in environmental science. I want to work in consultation to protect water resources in Southern California. That's it.
Okay, great.
So,
Thank
so
you.
board, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
All right, and so then I know board members, I'm going to start from this end, Dr. Wyatt, and then move to the other end. No questions? Okay, Dr. Flores.
My turn?
Dr. Flores.
Laura, where are you? Oh, there you are. I just want to commend you for all your leadership and your dedication. I mean, you make it sound so easy in terms of what you just ran through. But I had the opportunity, board, to be in one of the advisory committees at Arroyo Valley, and it was just amazing. And she ran the tight ship, man. 1 hour, that was it, and went through the agenda. Our partners were there, and they were just on board. And I just want to commend you for all your vision, your work, your inspiration to your team. I got to meet your team.
Pretty awesome.
Of teachers and board. These are dedicated teachers. These are dedicated teachers. And you saw the love that David just gave out in terms of, teachers are firm, but they love us and want to do the best for us. That's what we need. And that's what you were talking about, Mr. Tillman and Mr. Gallo, that we need, teams like this. And one of our goals is applied learning. You've integrated in terms of how, kids learn. That is the benchmark that we are all moving towards. And yours is just one academy, the Core Academy. And I know that you help all the other leads as well, which is tremendous. And going back to Dr. Mitchell, number 5, on that next steps, to regularly assess and address, the pathways and the academies. Well, you just say professional development, program support, instructional quality. I think we need to add that teachers and the leads in these pathways are the ones that plan the next steps with the next steps that are reasonable with the budget resources, so that we can then, as a board, direct Dr. Marsden and yourselves to, support them. So that's my contribution. And David, where are you? All right. we look to you for the future because we need clean water, we need clean air, and you are it. you are, you're gonna, probably invent things, create ways of doing many, many things, and just very proud of you, and that you're going forth in your future, and that you'll be here. I hope you come back into our area and so forth as well. So congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
All right, Dr. Hill, thank you for being so patient.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say to Ms. Kemp Thorne and to Dr. Mitchell, thank you so much for that great presentation. Mr. Gallardo and David, thank you. That's where the rubber hits the road, when we hear from you, and we know everything's working pretty good. So thank you so much for what you're doing. I do hope we continue with our career pathways and our college readiness to give students choices. And if there are students, I don't think we should force students into career pathways, but I think they should be there for students who want them. And I appreciate that. So I appreciate where you have gotten so far, and I realize that we haven't gotten to the end of the road. So I want to give you my 3 recommendations as you move forward, and that you continue integrating careers into the core classes. I think it's not only important, but I think it's necessary, and I think it's the only way we're going to get it done. And I'd like to see us do more marketing of what is happening as you look for business partners. I don't think it will hurt to be at the County Board of Supervisors at their meetings, because you have business people who are listening and who are there, as well as the San Bernardino City Council meetings. Those are all televised programs, so you can increase your capacity for business partners. And then, sometimes you have to give up something to get something or to get more. And my fellow board members, don't hate me, but I'm going to say it anyways. Sometimes we might want to give up these textbooks that kids aren't reading and put it in something they will use. So maybe if we give up again, and we know which textbooks they are.
I understand.
We know which textbooks they are, and we know they're just dust grabbers at home on the nightstand or what have you. And our younger teachers don't use them, and I can understand why, because they're pretty much out of whatever when they're printed. Right. And when you can Google information that you probably won't even find in some of these textbooks that students are interested in, we should do that. So I'm suggesting we take a look at the amount of money we spend on, again, the unused new textbooks that are turned in, unused and new, and maybe get a few more hard hats and some supplies and equipment for career pathways. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Ms. Rogers?
We would never hate you, Dr. Hill. A couple questions that came up. When the presentation came forward, it came forward as 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Is this data based on a cohort, or do we have it where, for example, the student was in it the entire time, or is this?
We have not ran the data by cohort, but we'd be happy to do that. We can, and we will.
Just curious, because they presented it, as that, and I didn't know whether this was or not. And then I heard another part, and I think I've also spoke to Ms. Kempthorne about this as well. The student mentioned coming to them in the 8th grade or something to that.
The Royal goes down to the middle schools and recruits and advises kids about the opportunities for the pathways at the schools.
So it's just more or less, I guess, at the 8th grade? Because in my mind, I think the discussion that I kind of, when we had a discussion about it, is the earlier the better.
Absolutely.
As opposed to I'm picking it in the 10th, 11th, or I don't even know why we would just start in the 12th, but it's some of the skill sets are good. So if we're looking at as early as the beginning of middle school to have this or even elementary, as early as we can go back, the earlier the better. But my other question was So are you saying, yes, we are doing that?
Yes, we
Or
are doing
looking
that.
to do that?
Yeah, we are doing that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then my last question was, when I was listening to the presentation, I noticed that they said math kind of went away 11th and 12th grade
Which,
in this particular
Ms.
program.
Clark,
Was that correct?
You want to, of course, it doesn't go away. We always want to encourage our kids to take at least 3 years of mathematics. Ms. Gallardo, why don't you expand?
Yeah, went away, meaning that they're still taking a math class.
Okay. Because I
It's
didn't
just
see
not,
it embedded in there.
Like logistically, this is
Okay.
where our students, some of them, they
Bless
start
you.
to take trigonometry, which isn't
Okay.
the traditional math 3 class. And so
Okay.
you have some students that are starting to divide
Okay.
and kind of take different math pathways,
Hi-
for
higher
lack
level
of different
math
word.
course.
Because he said, I heard him
Yeah.
say that there was the room where they went in and they helped with the math, but then when I looked at the presentation, it wasn't spelled out that it was there, and so,
Right.
which made me wonder, then where are we going with our A through Gs, and, do we go off into a different direction?
So that's why sometimes you see the difference between the pathway completers and the gap between pathway completers and A to G folks. And so those are little programmatic issues that we need to work out and strengthen.
Okay.
And so there are opportunities when kids want to take higher level math that may not be offered through a CTE course
Okay.
or
Okay.
a capstone course or a concentrated course or something like that. So.
Okay, and I will say to the student, you said the perfect thing at the end. You mentioned Valley College, which I am also an alumni of as well. But I think that was great because then he still went to, he's in college. So I'm excited to hear that because, I love that school as well in addition to all the others. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
All right, Ms. Rogers, thank you. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you. And thanks, Keenan. Thanks, Pam. And gang, this is pretty compelling data, I think. And I'm really encouraged by what Royal's doing with the integration of this in the core classrooms and through a project-based applications, so that you continue those projects and the applied learning components, showing the mathematic component, the science component, the history, even English language arts. That's how we can actually get this inculcated as part of a pedagogy, the methodology of instruction and the approach to how we actually teach, that it's not just the academic component, but it's also how it's used. And I think those are the two key components that career technical education is based on. My rocket scientists, some of the best guys actually have applied degrees then they're college bound. These guys are all college bound, but they also have a skill base that they got in career technical education classes. And so they've actually learned how to take that academic instruction and trajectory simulation and everything and actually put it into practice in some practical application. So I think that's the value here is, again, as we've all been saying, we want to provide students with choices. Choice to go to college, choice to, get into a career, choice to earn and learn. And I think that's what we're doing by incorporating some of this stuff into our approaches. So congratulations, you guys, and doing fantastic work. I mean, Pam, that's one of the reasons I joined the school board is to see some of this stuff mature. And it's really encouraging to see it actually come to play. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Mr. Tillman, thank you for your patience.
Something that would help me, it says on slide number 4, prior to establishing a system of linked learning pathways, our students were enrolled in various career technical, CTE stands for what? Career technical what?
Career technical education.
Elective courses.
So those are your typical traditional vocational.
Right, so here's my question though. And then it says, initial implementation of linked learning pathways began with intensive professional development for pathways teachers, leads, and program specialists. So and because me and Mr. Gallo are having a sidebar, so I guess my question is, how many teachers and program specialists and leads were hired just for career pathways?
I can get you that information.
If you don't have the number,
I don't have the number off the top of my head.
It'd be good to have.
Absolutely.
And of those teachers and leads and program specialists, the ones that conduct the class just for a pathway, how many of those classes are elective classes.
Correct.
And I'm going to tell you why that's important, because since we've had pathways, we've had a positive budget. If the economy ever went bad, then the courses you're going to secure first are your core courses that you have to have. And we have the discussion now. I mean, the concern I have is we do have competing entities here. When President Medina wants to make sure that a student that fails math has a chance to retake that math class, then that's limited by the number of math teachers and math classes you can offer for those students. So I think it's critical for us to see where the money's being spent. And I will say this, and this is something that I discussed I have with Mr. Gallo. The problem is this: the state hasn't accepted that this is the direction they want to go, invest in, and build it as the norm for our educational system. And that's really what we're fighting against, because you can go through the entire credentialing program, become a credentialed teacher without taking any class whatsoever about career pathway or
even career industry standards.
Or having a math class where you are able to teach the math class and integrate a pathway into it. That doesn't exist.
Absolutely.
And that's what the problem is.
Absolutely.
We're doing something that's going against the grain, whether we want to believe it or not, and there's a cost associated with it. And I just think that we're all better off if we all get on the same page and say, we think we can make changes
at the state level.
At the state level.
Absolutely.
I mean, Dr. Hill talks about don't use textbooks. If we didn't have textbooks, we'd be on Channel 7 News for violating the Williams Act because the school district in San Bernardino don't give out textbooks to their kids, and we'd be in violation of a whole bunch of laws. So we give out textbooks because legally we have to give out textbooks right now.
Absolutely.
So I think we need to have that discussion. But I want to start with just identifying what full-time positions are associated with
you really are wanting what is the real cost
exactly
of our pathway programs. We'd be
exactly.
happy to provide that.
Yeah, and that because we're always going to be weighing that with the competing interests
Absolutely.
to make sure we're making the right decision. But I think in any presentation we do, that number should be stated.
Got it. Will do. Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I will make my comments before and after that, Dr. Marzin, if you have any comments as well. For me, when you look at page 9, and you look at certain school sites that they have pathways, I'm curious on the type of pathways that are being selected. When you look at Pacific High School or when you look at some other school sites, how are we selecting the pathways that are actually going to be a high demand for students to want to attend? At the end of the day, we want to make sure students are really interested in their good paying jobs, not just warehouse. I mean, not just low income.
I understand.
They go through this program and all of a sudden they find out, wait, I don't get to earn that much. So you want to look at real career pathways that our students are really interested in getting as a cell with parents and with students themselves. So how are we looking at that, especially at certain sites that are struggling to retain their students?
So we started with, when we first started to implement, we started with looking at the industry sectors around high wage, high skilled, high paying jobs. We started there, and then we also we involved the staff to assess the talents, and we found that some of our teachers had multiple degrees, some of our teachers had years of industry experience, just similar to Ms. Gallardo, and so we started there, and the staffs organically selected the pathways that they would offer. And then we start building them from there. And then Pam's office has been assessing and supporting and training teachers and support staff to implement those pathways. I think from a budget perspective and from a program perspective, we will have to really assess to make sure that we're employing the highest quality pathways that are tied to high demand jobs. And so that's always going to be that may change. The high demand job today may be different in 3 years, and so on and so forth. So I think our system has to be agile and responsive to a changing economy.
And then also looking at students and what their
Students,
interests are.
yes,
right.
absolutely, absolutely.
Making sure, because that's the people that we're trying to target. We're trying to sell this, and like I mentioned, for school sites that have low attendance or they're declining in attendance, And how are they going to stay afloat? It's by promoting programs that the students are
And
gonna be
absolutely,
interested
and you saw on the attendance slide that we have far less chronic absenteeism, less
Right.
suspension. There's a lot of reasons for kids to be tied in these programs. Great question, thank you.
in. Okay, and then Dr.
Madam
Marsden.
President,
Oh, yes, go ahead. Dr.
sorry, because I know when
No,
you
that's okay.
came to me first, I wasn't really ready, and I was
Okay.
really trying to absorb a lot of this information. But Dr. Mitchell, of course, thank you for the presentation, great information. And
Thank you, Dr. White.
Ms. Kempthorne, it's always great to see you, and we've come a long way, and since I've known you, probably about 15 years now. So just absolutely amazing what we're doing with our kids. And Ms. Gallardo, Mr. Iniguez, thank you for your presentations as well. It was a little bit along the lines as President Medina was asking earlier, you know, when I was looking at the raw numbers on some of our programs. I'm just happening to looking at page 13 right now, and I see some schools have almost like an even balance for students that are CTE participants and their non-participants. But then I look at, for example, Indian Springs, and they have like almost 1,500 students who are non-participants and 400 who are. So I'm wondering, is there like an equal access in regards to CTE courses at our schools, and kind of along the lines again of you know, the engagement process? Are they career fields that students want to get into? You know, and do we have enough slots actually as well? And is that, you know, have to do with counseling or access or number of classes? So I'm kind of wondering that.
So again, the initial implementation of our pathways started with aligning pathways to high-wage, high-skilled jobs. The other thing was we also took advantage of strong CTE coursework that already existed on campuses. So some of those programs that existed previous, we expanded so that they align to CCIs, or our career and college indicators, in terms of pathways. And so each school is very different. We know that schools are buildings, but schools are made up of people who work in those buildings, and so we try to let those build organically. We believed in involving people in the decisions that affect them, and we wanted to make sure that we involve staff in having. We didn't want to outline what pathways each school would run. I think now in our iteration, our second iteration, is to go back and check the health of those individual pathways. There may be some decisions that we transition pathways to a different one that's more aligned to high wage, high skill, high demand jobs, or we may end some, or we may grow some. And so that, I think I want the board to know that we're always in a constant state of assessing and redefining, because as you know, the job market is not static.
Okay, and thank you very much for that answer, Dr. Mitchell, because I know myself and Ms. Rogers and President Medina, we were at a master planning subcommittee meeting last week, and we wanted to see our schools become like destination schools where kids want to go to them. And you know, we happen to be speaking specifically about Pacific, and I know, you know, their non-participants is you know, rather low, and then CTE participants is pretty high. But we know that the CTE fields that we're looking at, and with the remodernization plans, we want kids to want to go to our schools, regardless, especially in their neighborhoods where they live. You know, some of our kids, I heard somebody talk about transportation earlier, I think it was Mr. Gallo, go all the way across town. Like one of my son's friends, he takes 2 buses to get to school. And I'm like, wow, public transportation. And you know, we shouldn't have to have our kids have to do that to get to school. So really looking forward to how this develops over the next few years, and I'm glad that you're constantly reflecting and analyzing and looking at things, because that's what we need to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White.
All right, thank you. And then I know Dr. Flores had a quick question.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on what Mr. Tillman said. I think you bring up a really relevant point in terms of career technical education being legislated and funded by the legislature. I think that we need to lobby them so that it does become institutionalized, because otherwise, like you say, if the funding goes, then you know where are we going to be? And I think we need to be forward thinking. Our state senator Connie Leyva is now the chair of the education committee, and also our assemblywoman Eloise Reyes is on the appropriations committee as well. So I think, you know, there's no reason why, Dr. Marsden, we can lead in terms of moving legislation that will institutionalize the funding and also legitimize the work that we're doing and our teachers are doing. And, you know, Margaret and I were talking, forgive us for talking, but we were saying, you know, our kids, you know, if they're certified out the door after summer, apprenticeship, we'll be making $40,000 a year without any debt and without any college. and it'll be helping our environment. I mean, that's a big deal. And, you know, if we can provide those types of career pathways, that's important. And the integrated learning, they are learning, you know, math, English, all the different subjects, but they're in an integrated fashion and they're applied. And I mean, that's where the world is. The world is there, and that's where our kids are. And so I you know, thank you for bringing that up. I think we have to move forward. And Mike, you're on the workforce committee statewide. I mean, I don't know if that's a subject that's brought up on a regular basis or not, but you just have to take action and move it, period. So why not us be the ones that move it?
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah,
Thank you.
sounds good. All right, then Dr. Marston.
Yeah, I'm going to start with a comment that Dr. Hill made to start us off tonight in the season of compliments, and I want to compliment Dr. Mitchell and his leadership. Pam Kempthorne, her constant, she's just slow and steady and keeps at it and takes on what would scare away a lot of people, because it's an insurmountable task to really take this kind of work on. And I want to compliment Bernardo Valenzuela for his leadership as principal, Royal Valley High School. I will never forget, you know, the first day in our interview, he's talking pathways, and we're going to have gold standard pathways and all these kinds of things. And he's got a vision for the work, and I want to compliment the team from Royal Valley High School, Laura Gallardo. You have the gold standard. This is really where we're wanting to aspire to for all of our schools and our pathways, right? So that they're in a place where they're really producing the kind of high quality student like David shared. I mean, appreciate your making the time to be here tonight as a 2017 graduate and sharing, you know, that brings joy to all of us when our system works. And the goal is to have the system work for all kids. And so this is the hard work happening. The trailblazers sitting behind you, all of the folks that lead the work, I know. I've talked with you. This is not easy. It's not for the faint in heart, but you're doing it. And I liken this pain that we're feeling to that of the airline industry when they went and shifted from the propeller engine, you know, and they shifted to a jet engine. You know, there's a point in time when you just couldn't put any more energy into the current system. It would cost too much, take too much time. And in this state, and you heard it from Trayvon earlier, we're funded 45th in the nation for public ed. So wow, how do we do this work in a sustainable, scalable way? That's what we're after. And so I just compliment this team that they're just doing incredible work. I do think we need an initial infusion of dollars to do this work, and that's why, you know, I'm hopeful with our new governor. He has a goal that he's espoused 500,000 apprenticeships by 2029. That's why we wanted him to come here, start here. We're ready to roll. We want our young people employed. You know, I want to bring to mind, you have a young lady, I'll ask her to stand and wave so the board gets a name and a face, Rose Gonzalez. Would you stand up, Rose? Just wave so the board sees who you are. So Rose, you know, board, this is the only county that I'm aware of in the state of California that has allowed a joint funding of Rose's position where she works as an interface between us and the Workforce Development Board. That's an innovative approach where this workforce board, your county, has agreed to infuse their dollars for the success of youth in our pathways work by placing students into paid and sometimes unpaid internships. And these are important things. I was asked to speak on a panel at the San Bernardino County Workforce Board. They had a bunch of stakeholders gathered from industry, higher ed partners, et cetera. We were presented with the UCR's workforce roadmap. This is what we pay attention to know where are those high wage, high demand, high growth industries. How do we wire our pathways and know that we're preparing young people for the real world of work? And in addition to that, I meet every month with Dr. Morales, Diana Rodriguez. We have breakfast together. And, you know, I brought up a question with them one time. I said, you know, how often do your staff members, whether, you know, I'm thinking about K-12, I'm asking them the question about community college and four universities, how often do they go out into the real world like industry? And all of us recognize very seldom. And see, we all have this problem in public ed right now where systems can't be responsive enough. Moore's Law tells us there's a doubling of technology every 2 years. And Diana Rodriguez sat there at breakfast and told me, well, it takes, if somebody has a good idea and you want to put it in curriculum, it takes 2 years if everybody agrees on it. And you get a thumbs up. We can't be responsive enough to what the industry demands are. And so if we're going to be responsive enough, now we need to have what's happening exactly across. You could throw a stone across the street. What's happening here, it'll impact this school. It'll impact certainly Laura's classroom. East Valley Water District, for example, this is a prime example of what we're working toward, is building what will be one of the world's premier water treatment facilities across the street from this school. John Mira, CEO of East Valley Water District, tells me in a meeting with him that, you know, I've got 40% of my workforce that can retire if they want to in 4 years. All this knowledge transfer of $80,000 a year jobs that require certification in college and all this. And so here's what John Muir is doing as an employer. And this is a prime example of what we need more of. He is working with us right now to think about out loud. This is just happening right now. We'll bring it to you, board, once we get it formulated in ideas. They want to take property that we have. They want to help build a facility that's a training facility where they bring their people, where they cherry pick curriculum from us, from community college, from Ford University, bring the people in, teach the classes. Now you've got elementary kids walking to tour the water treatment facility to say, hey, what's water? Middle school, get closer. High school, all of a sudden they're passionate about water. All of John Muir's human resource problems are solved. He now has a breadth of a workforce he can choose from, high growth, high demand jobs. And by the way, he's already said, we'll pay for extended college or certifications or 2-year, 4-year. That eliminates college debt. So here we have an opportunity to set the stage for what is really linked learning, taking learning and not separating it from career, but marrying the work around college and career. That's what we're doing. We're in a transition right now. That's the pain we're feeling. We're going through a transition, public ed, and we're going to be a model right here. I mean, Link Learning for the state of California has asked us to present at their conference in Palm Springs. I hope you, board, can come March 19th through 21. We're presenting. They've asked us to put on display our pathways. They see us as a model for the work that's going on. So it may not, we don't feel like it's a model sometimes because we're in the middle of hard work and there's still so much to do and so little we feel like sometimes we've accomplished. But we are moving the dial, and it's because of all the leaders right here in front of you. And again, I just want to compliment you for your work and keep at it. It's the right direction, I'm sure of it. And thank you for all the hard work tonight in this presentation. And thank you. Those are my comments on that.
Yeah,
Right.
Thank you, Dr. Morris.
I have a
Yes, Mr.
question
Gallo.
for Dale. Dale, for the Link Learning Conference, have you allocated any dollars to do quality type presentation, or not presentations, but displays there? And things
You know, I know with Dr.
be more than
Mitchell's
just setting up a
leadership, it's
table
going to be fantastic. You
Yeah.
know, this presentation, and Pam, if you want to speak to it, I know you've got some things in the works.
I'm just so proud of our teams. We wrote proposals, and 5 of them were accepted, so we are presenting 5 different workshops. Our San Andreas students will be featured at the registration desk and at a conference gathering that evening. So we will be well represented there.
Yeah, in terms of your question, Mr. Gallo, we will have high quality presentations at this conference. They've asked us to put some displays together, and
Absolutely.
we've got that covered.
All right, great. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you all so much for your work. We're so proud of you, and let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to 10.0, reports and comments. 10.1, report by San Bernardino Teachers Association. Okay, seeing none. Let's go to 10.2, report by California School Employees Association. Anyone here? Okay, none.
No report.
Let's go ahead and 10.3, report by Communication Workers of America. No?
No
Okay,
report.
10.4, report by San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
No report.
Okay. 10.5, comments by board members, and I will go ahead and start with Mr. Tillman and move on this way. I also want to be mindful that we are an hour behind. This was good conversations regarding career pathways. Just to let you know. Go ahead.
And to catch up on time, I'll be the only board member to speak tonight.
You'll be like, what'd you say?
At one of the other board meetings, we talked about making sure that students who couldn't afford gym clothes, that the district would move forward on a program to make sure we had gym clothes at the middle schools and high schools. And so I just want to know if at some point can we agendize it just to get an update, because the way I see it, I know it's going to take money to purchase a place to store the clothes, make sure we have the funding to buy the clothes, but I want to be assured that students' grades aren't impacted by the lack of having clothes to dress as soon as possible. And
Yeah, it's in process. We'd be happy to provide you that update.
Thank you.
Mr. Gallo? No? Miss Rogers?
I'll claim your time. It's a lot that goes on down here. Just real quick, one big thing that came to mind, and I meant to mention this at another board meeting, but when we were talking about our multilingual initiative, I would like to include and get more information if we can be inclusive of sign language as well. That's something that had came up a couple of times and I just forgot. So if we can please include that.
Be our pleasure.
Thank you. And then also, I want to remind, I know we had talked and we're getting back into the budget, and I think Janie is aware of this, but maybe you guys can remind her again. We did talk about that infamous reserve question that we continue to come up with. We were going to kind of come up with a number that at least as a board we can discuss and know that that's where we're going to land and then kind of go from there. But we just, every time the budget comes up, at least since I've been on the board, it's the same question. We go back and forth, but I thought we were going to kind of resolve that. I had an opportunity today. I will mention that I did go to the Personnel Commission meeting today. It's been a while. A couple of times I've had a chance to visit them in their meetings, and so I just was able to be in the area. But I do want to, one of the reasons why some of us board members have not been on the board as long as others, and there are previous histories of things that took place and that we've corrected and moved forward, and I think that is great. What sometimes is disturbing is when the old things are revisited under new leadership, and we revert sometimes back to the things that got us into negative light before. And so when I was at the Personnel Commission, there was some concerns. Dr. Wiseman is fully aware, of the concerns that they did have. But, there are some decisions that we made that, in my opinion, if senior board members maybe would have known the information and we could have revisited and just got back on track, probably we would have came out with the same outcome, but we wouldn't have to face, we made a decision and we really was supposed to make the decision prior to making another decision. And so because of that, I have asked the Personnel Commission, and Dr. Wiseman was there, if they would come and do a presentation. I know before I got on the board, I used to hear from the Personnel Commission then as just a parent, but now as a board member, I have not, haven't heard from them. So I think it would be great for us to hear from them. As I think about the words that they spoke about respect, fairness, and equity. And so that is something that this board definitely lives by, and we want to practice those things at all times, regardless of the circumstances. And then lastly, as the parents spoke tonight, it was great going to the book donation at the Mexican Consulate. I had a great time there. Several board members I know will speak to the things that we did, some of the activities. The MLK breakfast was great the other day, and obviously the mock trial celebration, we had a chance to attend one of those with the county and then ours tonight, but they did a great job. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. And won't mention anything that's been stated. Thursday, I found out today that Thursday Feeding America will be doing a food presentation, I believe, at Muscoy Elementary School. So I'm hoping we can get over there to support. And it's the same program they are doing now at Lincoln Elementary School, where the students will get a chance to select the fruits and vegetables, and then their parents can, I guess, take what's left. When we talk about having additional money in the budget, I hope one of the things we consider that we take a look at our needs and not look at the budget. Sometimes we look at the budget and then try to come up with needs. And I always use this scenario: you don't go to Stater Brothers or any other grocery store with a $100 bill to say, what am I going to buy? You usually have a list when you go in, so you might have some money left over, and you might have to put something back. But I just hope we take a look at our needs and not necessarily worry about the money. We might need more than allocated, might need less, but at least we know what our needs are and the needs of our students. And lastly, and perhaps Dr. Marsden might want to speak on this, but our fellow board member, Judy Penman, needs your prayers. She has been ill in the hospital. I think she's in rehab right now due to an aneurysm, but I understand she's doing quite well, and she's back to almost being old Judy. So
Yeah,
keep her
I
in your
did
prayers.
visit her today, and
Oh, good.
she's looking very good in good health. Yeah, I'll give you that information.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Flores?
Yes, just piggybacking on what Dr. Hill's inspiration was, I want to thank the cabinet for all your board correspondences. I know it takes a lot of time. Really appreciate the updates so that we're kept on board and so forth. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Dr. Wiseman, for the update on what I requested. I requested the bilingual teacher's aides, and because they are classified, San Diego State University has an online pathway for teacher credentialing. And so I would like to pass on that information or set up a meeting so they can come and present, because it's online, and our paraprofessionals could choose to go and take the courses online, and then I think they meet in the summer sometime. I think it would be perfect for them, and they wouldn't get into debt. Yeah, so that would be great. So that's why I asked for that, so that we can do that. Also, I just have one other thing to report. Last Thursday, California Association of Latino Superintendents and Administrators and CABE and CLSBA had a reception featuring Dr. Judy White, County Superintendent, Riverside County, and Ted Alejandre from San Bernardino County. I don't know if you guys know this, but together both of our counties, we comprise 1 million students. 1/6 of all state students of the 6.2 million. That's a lot of students. And they gave an incredible inspirational talk, related conversation to their roles in supporting English learners, biliteracy, and multilingualism. It was phenomenal. It was so inspiring. Dr. Marsden was there. Dr. Mitchell was there. Don't you agree that it was inspirational? It was just absolutely wonderful. And they talked about camaraderie, about relationships, about working together, about networking, about having the courage, to make those decisions that they did when nobody else would. And as I was, thinking about it, this is just a proposal to think about as a board. We have an EL department, but I was thinking, couldn't we rename it EL, Biliteracy and Multilingualism Department, so that we're now all encompassing, because we are including English learners, biliteracy, and multilingualism as our initiative. I mean, let's think about it. Let's be the first in the state to make the move. I'm really, it's encompassing. So, anyway, I'm just proposing that. Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Flores. That's a great idea. Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. Flores. I remember, I had the opportunity to go just to the leadership presentation at CABE 2 years ago. And I remember talking to you and saying, wouldn't it be cool if they called it CAME, the California Association of Multilingual Education? And now you're bringing that up right now, and like you said, why not be the leaders in the state on multilingual education? So I absolutely agree with you on that. We've heard a lot of great compliments to a number of our programs for our students, and I think that's probably for me one of my favorite parts of public comments for board members, to get to talk about the programs, our kids, and what they're doing out there. And I know a number of us, we got to attend the mock trial award ceremony, and that was absolutely phenomenal. And just to see our kids be acknowledged the way they were in competition with the other districts that have, been perennial powerhouses in our area, and for us to, I'll just say it, to take them down this year was really, really a proud moment for us in our city and our community. So great job again to Cajon mock trial. And then we've had some outstanding performances out of some of our wrestling teams as well. Indian Springs, right here where we're at, has had a really good role going into championships. Cajon High School wrestling team just won a huge tournament that they participated in. But I don't know how many of you saw posted, I think it was on our site today, that our Cajon High School cheer squad took first place in the USA Championship. And that, I don't know on a cheer scale how big that is, but it sounds like it's a pretty big deal to me. Maybe Dr. Volkemer could educate me a little bit more, because my daughter was on that squad, so when I hear it, I'm like really excited. That's a big deal. Yeah, so, just want to congratulate them on that as well, because when you hear championship at that level, and for our young ladies and our young men who participate on cheer squad, great job. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I just want to mention, this will be really quick, is that there was an article that came out in the Inland Empire Community News, and I didn't bring a copy, but NALEO, and it showed that the NALEO applauds San Bernardino School Board for mandating or to a commitment to count and complete count of their students, families, and communities for the Census 2020. So it shows that we are the first district in the Inland Empire, and just so you know, there are several other school districts, because of our support for this, are now looking at passing similar resolutions to try to make sure that there's extra funding that's coming into their area as well. So I think we in San Bernardino Unified School District, we are typically the first in a lot of good things happening, and so I do want to applaud the board and Dr. Marsden, as well as the team, the whole team in the district. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your leadership in that as well.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to 10.6, comments by superintendent and staff members. Dr. Marsden?
Thank you, Madam President, and I'll be short. Hopefully it's sweet. Again, congratulations to our Cajon High School mock trial team, who made history by securing their first ever county title, and the San Gorgonio High School football team for winning their division title for the state, making to the state championship. And congratulations to the 24 4th through 6th grade students from 11 of our district schools for making it into the San Bernardino County Honor Orchestra. The orchestra will perform at the University of Redlands on February 23rd. So we'll get that information to you, board. Congratulations to Arroyo Valley High School junior Manayaya Willingham, who was recently named Inland Varsity Girls Athlete of the Week by The Sun. Manaya led the Hawks to wins over Silverado and Victor Valley to secure the Serrano Tournament Championship. She scored a season-high 23 points against Silverado High. Also, congratulations to San Gorgonio High seniors Leah Ashley and Angel Rivas, who represented the district and our community in the Tournament of Roses Parade marching band. Their teacher is Cameron Nabin. These accomplishments are a result of our students' hard work and the support of our dedicated teachers, coaches, and principals. Thank you to all involved and all you do for students. Finally, I want to also thank, well, not finally, but almost finally, I want to thank our Mexican consulate in the San Bernardino County for donating dozens of Spanish language textbooks, as we heard tonight, to the district. The donation resulted from a partnership between the Mexican consulate, the Family Engagement Office, and parent leaders. So again, compliments to them. And then board, just hot off the press, we found out that Martin Luther King Middle School just earned the Schools to Watch recognition. So how fitting, given the season we're in now, that they've just earned that. And so I imagine they'll continue forward state and maybe even the national level. We'll see, and we'll keep you posted. I did send a little congratulatory text to Maria. I'll give her a call tomorrow. And then board, just one piece I need your help with. These coming your way are the lists. Believe it or not, we're already trying to get you nailed down for the graduations. We need still one board representative each at Indian Springs High School and Pacific High School. So if you're able to attend Indian Springs High School or Pacific High School, we'd like to have at least one board member if possible, so we can have adequate representation of board and or staff at our graduations this year. So if you could please take a look at that, and then tonight, if possible, we'll get that turned into Karen or Carla. Thank you so much, board. Those are all my comments.
Thank you. All right, we will move to the consent calendar 11.0. Do I have a motion? Okay, we have a motion and second. Are there any discussions, items for discussion to pull? No? Oh, wow. Well, I'm not going to ask again. Okay, let's vote on the consent calendar. Is there a vote?
It's been moved and second.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a motion and second?
Yeah, you have a motion by Dr. Forrest, second by Dr.
All right, all
White.
in favor?
Aye.
All right, no opposes? Yay. Let's move on. Okay, let me see. I don't even know which page to go to after that.
Page 43.
Okay, that's
40.
45.
Is it 45?
Everybody got different numbers.
45.
Or 43? 12.0, right?
Right.
43, correct.
All right, 12.0 action items. 12.1 personnel report. Number 12 dated January 22nd, 2019.
As presented.
All right, is there, just all in favor?
Aye.
All right, no opposes, motion carried. Be it resolved that personnel report, item number 12 dated January 22nd, 2019 is approved as presented. 12.3, resolution of approval for renewal of charter petition of
12.2.
12 did I say 2? Oh, I'm sorry. 12.2, resolution of approval for renewal of charter petition for options for youth San Bernardino by the governing board of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And Madam Vice President, we do have a public comment on this item, and so first we'd entertain any discussion among the board, and then we'd go to our public comment, and then the board would discuss, and then you'd vote.
All right. Is there any discussion?
They know it's been moved and second to approve. They still want to talk?
So
I'm just
There
playing.
is a, all right, we will.
So you do have a motion, a second, and now we have discussion. So if the board has any discussion or questions for staff, this would be the time that we'd answer that. If not, then we'll go ahead and
Dr. Wyatt does.
have a question. You bet.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This was a topic we brought up, or I know I brought up in the past, and I'm looking at some of our follow-up items, which is on page 50 for board follow-up under educational services. And it was something that we discussed, that when our charter schools do come up for renewal, for authorization, that we would have some sort of checklist to look at performance and how they're doing. So when it's brought to the board, we could kind of have like a rubric to say, okay, our charter schools are doing a very good job, or doing a decent job, they're not doing such a great job. So we could weigh that into our decision, and that hasn't been implemented or created. And I wanted to bring attention to that, because it's number 13 on page 50, and then number 20, which is, to look periodic charter school audits. That might be a little bit different, but also provide year-end report on charter schools based on 16 elements. And that's something that I think if we're going to be renewing a charter petition, that we look at those elements and see how they're doing. and have that in our information packet. So that's something I just wanted to acknowledge in regards to when charter schools come up. It doesn't have to be particularly just options
Sure.
for youth, but just when they come up.
So, good point taken. And so what I might recommend, Dr. White, is a little later in the agenda, we'll get to items 12.5 and 12.6, which you just were referring to. You may, as a board, agree to move up that item to become part of the top 10. So then sooner than later, you would have the opportunity to have that idea of providing information related to periodic charter school audits, et cetera, before any of the other topics that you brought up a couple items that were relevant to that. So that'd be the point where you may want to do that tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Morris.
So point taken. Thank you.
Dr. Forrest?
Along those lines too, I have no data in front of me as well in terms of graduation rates, a comparative, across the last, 5 years, because this is a 5-year renewal, correct? Or is it a 3-year renewal?
It's 5-year.
It's a 5-year. And so, I, as a board member, would like to know. I mean, I did go online to see their graduation rate average, which was not a good one for last year, 2017, 2018. And, out of 298 kids, only 50 kids graduated, which was a 16.8% average. That was for 2017, 2018. And so I like Dr. Wyatt, would have preferred to have more data.
Del, could I comment real briefly?
Oh, please.
Yes, so the school as well as the charter school office submitted a full report. You always get that at renewal. I'm not sure why it's not in your packet.
Right, it's not in our packet.
But we always do every renewal that you get. You get a full BC as well as a report on their
Okay.
on their
Oh, it's
product.
missing. We
It's
didn't get it.
missing.
Yeah, we didn't get it.
I'm getting text that it was submitted as well as information submitted by the school. We failed to put that in your packet. Staff's recommendation is to approve.
So thank you. We will make sure you have that. You do normally have that. We're not sure why you don't have that, but normally you would.
Well, then that really prohibits me from voting. I mean, it influences my vote.
Understood.
And Mr. Tillman, but do we have to take action tonight on it?
And I was going to say, it's not as though we haven't discussed option for youth. We have things agendized in closed session, had a whole list of items and concerns and issued, and
they've remedied
to their credit, they did a lot of work to make the changes that we asked them to make in order to qualify for us moving forward with an approval. So it's not as though we haven't discussed.
Yeah, we've discussed it in closed session twice.
Yeah, and it was because of legal reasons that we discussed it.
But I haven't seen the final.
Yeah, well,
the report is omitted. My fault. Staff's recommendation is to approve.
So and I did, and maybe to your defense, Dr. Flores, you're right. I inquired personally in terms of did they make the changes we were seeking, and I was told that they did. And I guess now that you say that, I was thinking that it was done at a report to everyone, but it really wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
It was because of the follow-up, because we had we had staff give us the concerns earlier. Then my follow was to make sure those things got taken care of, and I talked to staff and found out that they did. And in terms of me supporting Option for Youth, it's the same reason why I support the Powell Center. I mean, these are schools where you're giving students third, fourth, fifth chances. And I tell people all the time, our graduation rates as a whole with students within the district will be higher if we didn't approve schools like Option for Youth and Powell Center. But we would not have as many students be successful in their life without them, because they really do reach out to students and give them an environment and another chance to be successful. And that's the reason why I continue to support them, because I've talked to too many parents where something happened and their kids weren't working out in a traditional setting, and I'm talking about drastic stuff. But option for youth was just what they call an option, and because of that, the student was successful. And to me, nothing's more important to me than finding ways to help as many kids be successful as possible.
Okay. And I have a comment. The thing is, like, I agree with Dr. Flores, and it's not to. I think there are great programs out there, and Option for Youth is doing a great thing. But for me, it's when you hear one thing and all of a sudden now where it's up for renewal for 5 years, we don't know. In defense is that we don't know from the last time we heard it was that they had these concerns, and now we're up for approval for 5 years with no. I didn't even know that they had passed them all. So I thought we were going to approve them without. So the thing is that there was nothing for us to kind of.
Besides staff recommendation.
Right, besides staff recommendation. But like I said, the last time we heard there was some concerns, and now we're up for renewal for 5 years.
So we would not recommend approval if they did not remedy the problems that they had. Secondly, if we don't approve, we're recommending approval because they've remedied the issues that we brought before them. Secondly, if we don't approve tonight, they get an automatic renewal.
Can you say that one more time, Dr. Mitchell?
If we don't vote to renew tonight, if we try to postpone the vote, they get an automatic 5-year renewal.
So either way.
But board, my apologies for not getting the report. I'm not sure why it's not
were
here.
they able to correct the area which
yes.
was the main
Yes.
concern?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And I too inquired about it, but it is not here. But I inquired about the same thing a couple of weeks ago. And Chris, he's not here tonight either.
Chris is here. No, he's here.
Do
And Madam President.
Ask any additional questions?
The essential question is if we don't vote tonight, they get automatic renewal. Secondly, staff recommendation is to approve.
And yes, this is the time you could ask Mr. Tekel
Yeah,
any
if you
questions
want to ask, but
if you
I
had other
did personally
questions.
ask, so that's the only reason why I know. And it sounds like some other board members, but we do normally get a report.
But is this because there were several items? One of the main ones, was
I
that
was-
the one?
yeah,
I was
the
like, I
one.
don't even want to
The
say it
main one.
either.
No, but you
we're
can
not
say the
gonna.
conflict
Yeah,
of
it was the
interest,
main
making
one.
sure.
Yeah, the conflict of
Compliance,
interest piece. Okay, so
absolutely.
that's the one that
That's
was
the one I
okay.
inquired on. That's what I inquired about.
And Dr. Mitchell, I read what you said in the recommendation based on staff's recommendation that we approve. Again, it's more about the process. Prior to that, we have the information, we have some sort of that checklist rubric, knowing going in. Because I'd like to see quantified data going in there and saying, okay, this is what they're doing well. Maybe these are areas they need to improve, and then we could discuss that. And how do we assist them on doing even better? Because I agree with Mr. Tillman. Our students learn many different ways, and we do have to have many different opportunities for them. But again, it's part of the process, and this isn't the first time we've discussed it. So I want to make sure when we do get to that point in our agenda that we look at that. So thank you.
We'll do, Dr. White.
And we do have a board subcommittee, charter school subcommittee. I think Abigail,
Yeah, I'm on
myself,
it, but
and
I don't think
Scott, are you on it?
Did
too?
we meet? Yeah, we haven't met.
Right. No, but I mean, this would be a good topic for
Okay.
discussion.
So that could be something that we can have. Thank you. All right.
So you have a motion,
Dr.
a
Hill?
second.
Dr. Hill?
Oh, yeah, Dr. Hill.
I'm sorry, but I know conversations were going either
I'm sorry,
way.
yes.
But that's okay. I agree with Mr. Tillman as well. Option for Youth been around a long time. They always invite us to visit their programs, even as supervisor for Cal State. Their program for aspiring administrators, I've been on 2 or 3 of their sites in the county, and I'm pleased with the recommendation of the cabinet and staff. And I know Chris, I feel well enough that if things are going wrong, we don't have to call him, he'll call us, which is what he usually does. So I have no problems with supporting the recommendation that was made by the staff. And I hear what you're saying about requesting information and wanting it. You know, it fell through the cracks. Happens all the time. It won't be the last time. But I think for the benefit of Options for Youth, I will certainly support the recommendation by the staff. Thank you.
All right, if there's no other discussion, let's vote.
Actually, Madam President,
sorry.
before you vote, I'd
Oh,
ask that we have our
the
public
public-
comment
I'm
made,
sorry.
and then the board can discuss further.
go ahead.
And then you take the final action. So board welcomes Ms. Arroyo, Options for Youth. Good evening.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board President Medina, and board members. My name is Ileana Arroyo, and I'm the principal at Options for Youth San Bernardino. I would like to really thank each and every one of you for allowing Options for Youth to serve your community. As you may know, I too am a product of San Bernardino Unified School District. I went to Enya Roberts, Richardson Prep High, and Pacific High School. San Bernardino Unified School District Board awarded me with the Future Teacher Scholarship in 2006, where I was able to go to college for free, thanks to you guys. I was able to also get my credential for free, thanks to you. And I am now working for Options for Youth. As the principal of Options for Youth, and as a citizen of this community, I am thankful for the opportunities you have given us, and I look forward to many more years of successes together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments? All right, let's vote. Is there a motion?
There's
Or-
been moved.
I'm
already a
sorry.
motion and a second.
I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
All
No
opposed?
opposes? Any opposes? Okay. All right. Motion carried.
All right, thank you. What other items were there that was pulled? Was that the only item? Oh, we're in action items. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead and read. Be it I'm sorry. Let me read this. Be it resolved that the governing board of the San Bernardino City Unified School District finds the listed recitals to be true and correct, and hereby extends Options for Youth San Bernardino for a 5-year term commencing on July 1st, 2019 and ending on June 30th, 2024.
Okay, great. So now we're at 12.3, resolution accepting the voluntary surrender of the charter's petition of Taft T. Newman Leadership Academy.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All's in favor say aye.
Aye.
All's opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried. 12.4, board ongoing initiatives reports.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All's in favor say aye.
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 All's opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried. 12.5, top 10, board top 10.
Is this where you wanted your?
Yeah, so this is where, Dr. White, you may want to suggest to the rest of your colleagues that items 13 and 20 are maybe combined or pushed onto the top 10 list. That may be something the board would have.
There's openings there. Make it 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm fine with them either being merged or separate items.
Okay.
Based on the consensus.
There's room there. Let's do it.
Okay, thank you.
No, not at all. This is where so you make the change and then you take action on your item. Yeah.
So we made those changes with that done. So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All's in favor say aye.
Aye.
All's opposed say nay. Motion carried. 12.6, board follow-up.
So moved.
Any discussion?
Yeah.
Mr. Gallo?
Let's see. I don't think I saw the one that I asked to be put on the financial approach for student-run businesses and to have actually an accounting system and a methodology for sales, revenue generation, and for those revenues to be put back into that career pathway for which it was generated. And We had that as one of the follow-up as last time. So I'd like to see that, what it would go under, maybe business services.
Oh, very good. We'll make sure it's added. Apologies, we missed that one.
Madam President, discussion.
Yes.
This is along the lines of what Mr. Tillman brought up earlier. It's under educational services, item number 4, page 49. Explore solutions for students that are unable to buy PE clothes, policy work. I know you wanted an update on that. To me, I think it's a pretty critical issue.
So we're gonna
I would want to see that moved up.
Moved up into one of the
Yes,
top
sir.
10? Thank you.
And again, I
Okay.
bring it up only because of
I appreciate
what I'm
that.
hearing out there.
Thank you.
From kids and getting Fs because of inattendance.
Can
based
do.
on clothes. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Any other items? Okay, I mean, we can always discuss this next.
Madam
board
President,
meeting.
I mean, Mrs. Rogers and Dr. Hill, myself have, and you as well, number 5. I mean, we've been wanting an update on ethnic studies for quite a while. So
What
I would
number
like
is
to, I would like to move that one up.
To the top 10?
Mm-hmm.
It's
To top 10.
Is
number
that board
5.
consensus?
Yes.
For what?
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I'm
Mhm.
hearing. Thank you.
Number
So
5,
noted.
under educational services. Okay, and we can always bring additional ones at the next board meeting, so it doesn't have to all be tonight.
No,
And we
right,
can
yeah.
review it.
Take your time.
Okay. All right, so then is there any other discussion?
So
Here-
moved.
Okay, hearing, threw me off a little bit there. Okay, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carried. Let's go to 12.7, future agenda item.
And I'm assuming that we don't have to categorize the ones we put in the top 10 as future agenda items. It's going to happen.
So what'll happen is if it's necessary to be an agenda item, it'll be an agenda item. If it's necessary just to be action and we update you on a board correspondence or otherwise, we'll do that.
So
We'll bring a
moved.
recommendation to you.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Now let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried. 13.0, summary of board request by our very own Dr. Volkamer.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a fairly lengthy list, Board, so I hope I captured everything
Oh, Lord.
this evening. Sorry. These are the follow-ups that I have. Clarify how the $20.3 million set aside is structured from a budget standpoint. Number 2, when we're doing future budget presentations, make sure we consider the following 4 things as priorities, as well as some of the things we listed in the presentation today. English learner student achievement at the middle school and high school, math overall in the district, social and emotional learning for students across the district, and support to the Latino task force were the ones I got. Also, there was a request to see the teacher input through the LCAP process in a disaggregated fashion so that it's not melded in with all other stakeholders, but it's seen separately. And then there was a request to consider or fold in program evaluation data as we round out that process. Continue to mitigate the financial hardships that students have with an emphasis on this year's money is spent on this year's students. Look at and provide information about the programmatic impact pre and post of pathways, meaning that we presented the data this evening in a pathway, not in a pathway, but what was the achievement before entering the pathway and then after being in the pathway, I think is what I heard in terms of the programmatic impact of the pathways. Provide data, disaggregated data by pathway, individual pathway. Explore virtual options for students to participate in pathway classes. Include raw numbers along with percentages. Continue to integrate CTE and core curriculum. Work on marketing for additional industry partners. Consider repurposing textbook money in terms of how that money might be used to support pathways. Provide data by cohort. Provide a report on the additional personnel that has been attributed to our pathways in terms of their development. give a report on how pathways are selected, how do we determine which pathways will be at which schools, use our lobbyists to perhaps sponsor legislation to get pathways funded, pathway work throughout the state funded and institutionalized, provide an update on gym clothes, and that's actually been added to the top 10, continue to work on the reserve issue and further defining how we calculate our reserve, give a report, an update by the Personnel Commission, almost there. Consider renaming the English Learner Department to be the English Learner Biliteracy and Multilingual Department. Provide and include a checklist for charter renewal so that all of the elements that would be analyzed in the charter renewal are presented. And then finally, make sure that we're including information about the infrastructure that would support student-run businesses. I hope I didn't miss anything.
Harold, did we have something on a plan for allowing students to choose or go to a different school?
Yeah, we actually...
Was that in there,
yeah,
kind of?
Yeah, I'll be very brief because I know it's very late. We actually have two considerations there. Number one, we have our request for change of school process that students can use now to go to a particular pathway. I go to Pacific High School as my home school, and I'd like to go to the XYZ pathway at Sanji. So there's a process for them to get from one pathway to another. They would have to provide their own transportation, and we move hundreds of students on request for change of school for all types of reasons. So that option is there for them. The thing that I hear you saying, Mr. Gallo, is there's a bigger issue about kind of deconstructing the boundaries of the high schools and saying you can go to any school you want, any pathway you want, and how would we support that from an infrastructure standpoint? That's an ongoing discussion that we're having already, but I can certainly put it on the follow-up.
I think it'd be worth noting just so we don't lose it. And I understand the process of transfer or requesting another school, but a lot of those are denied too. And if we actually have it where a student can, and it's approved basically, if I don't know what the criterion might be, but it's we don't have capacity or room or whatever. So I think it's worth at least even coming up with a plan specifically for career pathway change.
I've got it noted.
Process. Yeah,
I've got it noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And did you capture the sign language? I didn't hear that part.
I did not. I'm actually out of room on the page, but what was the issue on sign language?
So to add to our multilingual initiative, an option of sign language to explore that.
Thank you.
And I don't know if this is the place of discussion, but I just have a concern about the change in the EL, only because I don't want to merge. If you merge it all together, do you lose focus on a particular group?
Okay. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. This calls for. Oh, I need to get a motion to adjourn. Do I get a motion? Okay. Now let's go ahead and adjourn. We are at 47 minutes behind. And so compared to how we used to end at 1 midnight, sometimes 11 o'clock, it's not as bad, but still. All right, good evening, everyone.